Chapter 1. The Deputy's Last Watch. The tabby cat had been perched on the corner of Privet Drive since 4:17 in the morning, and by now Minerva McGonagall knew with absolute certainty that she was about to destroy her life. Not that anyone passing by would suspect the truth. To them, she was merely another neighborhood cat, unremarkable save for the distinctive square markings around her eyes that might have reminded a more observant muggle of spectacles. She had perfected this particular surveillance years ago. 10 years, to be precise, since that terrible November night when she had watched Albus place a 1-year-old child on a doorstep like an unwanted parcel. 10 years of reports. 10 years of carefully documented observations delivered to the headmaster's office in her precise handwriting. 10 years of watching Albus dismiss her concerns with that infuriating twinkle in his eyes and those maddening platitudes about the greater good. The greater good, Minerva thought with bitter clarity as she watched Vernon Dursley's shadow move behind the kitchen curtains, apparently did not extend to one small boy with his mother's eyes and his father's stubborn hair. She had arrived before dawn to conduct what she had told herself was merely another routine surveillance. Tomorrow was Harry Potter's 11th birthday. Tomorrow, Hagrid would come thundering through whatever hiding place the Dursleys had dragged the boy to this year, armed with his pink umbrella and his gentle heart and his complete ignorance of what Harry's summers had really been like. Tomorrow, the magical world would celebrate the return of their saviour, blissfully unaware that the child they called the boy who lived had been systematically broken by the very people meant to protect him. But first, today. Today she would document one final time the particular hell that Albus had created in his wisdom, and then she would do what she should have done 10 years ago. The kitchen light flicked on at precisely 6:43, just as it had every morning she had watched. Vernon Dursley appeared first, his bulk filling the window frame as he moved about with the aggressive efficiency of a man who had built his entire life around rigid schedules and the illusion of control. Petunia followed moments later, her angular form sharp and disapproving, even in silhouette. And then came Harry, as Minerva's enhanced feline vision caught details that would have escaped human eyes. The way the boy kept his shoulders hunched as if expecting a blow, the careful silence of his movements as he navigated around his relatives, the practiced efficiency with which he began preparing breakfast for 3 people who would never think to thank him for it. He was so thin. Dear Merlin, he was so terribly thin. She had seen him grow over the years, or rather, fail to grow. While his cousin Dudley had ballooned into a spoiled whale of a child, Harry had remained small, undernourished, moving through the Dursley house like a shadow, trying not to cast itself too boldly, lest someone notice and take offense. The bacon began to sizzle in the pan. Minerva watched as Harry stood on a wooden stool to reach the cooktop properly, his movements economical and careful. 11 years old tomorrow, and he was already more competent in a kitchen than most adult wizards she knew. The first shout came at 6:57. "Boy!" Vernon's roar echoed through the morning air, causing several birds to take flight from nearby gardens. Harry's shoulders went rigid, but he didn't flinch, a telling response that spoke of too much practice absorbing his uncle's rages. "Did you burn the bacon again, you little freak?" Minerva's claws extended involuntarily, digging into the wooden fence post she had chosen as her perch. The bacon wasn't burned. She could smell it from here, perfectly cooked, filling the air with its rich aroma. But facts, she had learned, meant very little in this house. Harry's voice was barely audible through the window. "No, Uncle Vernon. It's almost ready." "Almost ready? Almost ready?" Vernon's bulk filled the kitchen doorway, and Minerva saw Harry's hands shake slightly as he continued tending the stove. "I said 7 o'clock sharp, boy. Not almost 7. Not nearly 7. 7 o'clock. Sharp." "It's not 7 yet," Harry said quietly, and Minerva felt her heart clench at the carefully controlled desperation in his voice. "It's only—" The backhand caught him across the cheek, with a sound that carried clearly through the summer air. Harry stumbled sideways, catching himself against the counter, one small hand rising to touch his face. "Don't you dare give me lip, you ungrateful brat!" Vernon's voice had dropped to a dangerous quiet that Minerva recognized from her years of dealing with bullies. "After everything we've done for you, giving you a roof over your head, all food in your belly, clothes on your back, and this is how you repay us? Burning breakfast and getting mouthy about it?" The bacon wasn't burned. Minerva wanted to shout it, wanted to transform and storm into that house and show Vernon Dursley exactly what happened when someone threatened a child under her protection. "The bacon wasn't burned, you bloated bully. Your nephew is a better cook at 10 than you'll ever be at 43, and he's doing your job while you stand there looking for excuses to hurt him." Instead, she watched, she observed, she catalogued, as she had been doing for 10 long, useless years. Harry turned back to the stove, his cheek already showing the red mark of his uncle's hand. "I'm sorry, Uncle Vernon. Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes." "It had better be." Vernon stomped away, leaving Harry alone in the kitchen with his careful movements and his quiet endurance and his complete, heart-breaking acceptance of treatment that would have broken most adults. The morning continued its predictable course. Dudley thundered downstairs at 7:15, demanding to know where his breakfast was and why it wasn't already waiting for him. Petunia appeared moments later, her sharp voice cutting through the air as she directed a stream of criticism at Harry's posture, his appearance, the way he held the serving spoons. "Look at the state of you," she snapped, as Harry placed plates around the table with the precision of a practiced servant. "Hair sticking up like you've been struck by lightning. Just like your father. No sense of proper appearance. Go upstairs and make yourself decent before you embarrass us in front of the neighbours." Harry nodded silently and disappeared upstairs, returning minutes later with his unruly hair plastered down with what appeared to be water. It was already beginning to rebel against whatever temporary submission he had imposed on it, dark strands springing free to frame his thin face. Minerva found herself thinking of James Potter, who had spent 7 years at Hogwarts, fighting the same losing battle with that same impossible hair. James, who had died protecting his family. James, who had never known that his son would grow up thinking love was something that had to be earned through perfect behavior and absolute silence. The Dursleys ate their breakfast with the mechanical efficiency of people fulfilling a necessary biological function. Harry stood beside the stove, waiting, watching, ready to serve second helpings or fetch forgotten items or absorb whatever casual cruelty might be directed his way. He didn't eat. Minerva realized with a start that in all her years of observation, she had never actually seen Harry eat a meal with his relatives. When Vernon and Dudley finally pushed back from the table, leaving their dishes where they sat, Harry moved immediately to begin clearing up. His movements were swift and practiced, the motions of someone who had learned that efficiency was the difference between grudging tolerance and active punishment. "Boy," Petunia's voice was sharp as broken glass, "when you're done with that mess, the garden needs weeding. And don't think you can hide out there all day. Mrs. Figg is coming for tea this afternoon, and I won't have her seeing you looking like some sort of vagrant." Harry nodded without looking up from the sink where he was already washing dishes with hands that seemed too small for the task. "And boy?" Petunia's voice had taken on a particularly cruel edge. "Tomorrow is your birthday, isn't it?" The plate in Harry's hands went very still. Minerva watched as his thin shoulders tensed, as if bracing for impact. "Yes, Aunt Petunia." 11 years old?" The words dripped with a venom that made Minerva's fur stand on end. 11 years of feeding you, clothing you, putting up with your freakishness. 11 years of pretending you're not exactly what you are. A burden we never wanted, a reminder of things that should have stayed buried. Harry said nothing. What could he say? What response could possibly satisfy a woman who had spent 11 years punishing a child for the crime of existing? "Well," Petunia continued, her smile visible even from Minerva's distant perch. "We've decided to give you a very special birthday gift this year. We're going to send you somewhere that people like you belong. Somewhere you can't embarrass us anymore with your unnaturalness." The plate slipped from Harry's hands, shattering against the sink with a sound like breaking dreams. Harry stood frozen, staring at the pieces of ceramic scattered around the drain. "Now look what you've done!" Vernon roared, his face purpling with rage. "Clumsy little freak! That was your aunt's good china." It wasn't. Minerva had watched them use those same plain white plates every morning for years. But truth, like kindness, that was apparently in short supply at number 4 Privet Drive. Vernon's meaty hand closed around Harry's upper arm, and Minerva saw the boy wince as thick fingers dug into what she now realized was likely an existing bruise. "Clean up this mess. And if you break anything else, you'll be spending your birthday in the cupboard with nothing but bread and water. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry whispered. "I can't hear you." "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Louder this time, but still threaded through with carefully controlled fear. Minerva had seen enough. More than enough. 10 years of documenting systematic abuse. 10 years of watching a child learn that love was something other people received while he earned his existence through perfect servitude. 10 years of reports filed and ignored and dismissed in favor of the greater good. She leaped down from her perch and padded silently to the back garden, transforming behind a privet hedge with a soft pop that was immediately muffled by her expert concealment charms. Her human form felt strange after hours in her feline shape, but the familiar weight of her emotions, rage, grief, determination, settled around her shoulders like a cloak. For a moment, she allowed herself to simply stand there in the morning sun, feeling the grass beneath her feet and the warm air against her skin, and the absolute certainty that she was about to irrevocably alter the course of her life. She could see Harry through the kitchen window, carefully sweeping ceramic shards into a dustpan with the methodical precision of someone who had cleaned up after other people's anger many times before. His movements were economical, or graceful in the way that spoke of hard-won competence. Even in this, even in the aftermath of cruelty, he was trying to do well. Minerva thought of the letters she had written, dozens of them over the years, each one carefully documenting another instance of neglect or cruelty, each one filed away in Albus's office with the rest of his correspondence about the greater good. She thought of the conversations, the arguments, the increasingly desperate attempts to make him understand that his chosen protections were killing the very child they were meant to save. "The boy is safe, Minerva," he had said just last week, when she had brought him evidence of Harry's latest accident, a suspicious pattern of bruises that spoke of rough handling. "The blood wards hold strong. That is what matters." Safe. As if safety was simply the absence of death, rather than the presence of care. She thought of Harry's voice just now. Yes, Uncle Vernon. The automatic deference of a child who had learned that agreement was survival, that silence was safety, that love was something that happened to other people. She thought of James and Lily, who had died believing their sacrifice would give their son a chance at happiness. She thought of the Hogwarts letter sitting in her desk drawer, already written and sealed, waiting to be delivered tomorrow by a gentle half-giant who had no idea he would be collecting a broken bird rather than a celebrated saviour. And then she thought of something else entirely. A small cottage in the Scottish Highlands, dewarded and hidden and perfect for 2 people who wanted nothing more than to be left alone by a world that had already demanded too much from both of them. Minerva McGonagall disapparated from Privet Drive for the last time, leaving behind 10 years of careful observation and useless documentation. When she materialized in her office at Hogwarts, she moved with the decisive efficiency of someone who had finally stopped negotiating with her conscience. The resignation letter took exactly 7 minutes to write. She kept it simple, professional, and utterly final. Headmaster. After 39 years of faithful service to this institution, I hereby tender my resignation from all positions, effective immediately. I can no longer, in good conscience, or continue to serve an administration that prioritizes political expedience over the welfare of children. Do not attempt to contact me. Do not attempt to find me. Consider this the end of our professional relationship and our personal friendship. I will be collecting what belongs to me. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. She sealed it with wax and her personal seal, then placed it prominently on her desk, where Albus would find it when he made his morning rounds. Then she began to pack. There wasn't much, really. 39 years of life and service, distilled down to a single trunk and a small bag of personal items. Her books, the important ones anyway, her mother's jewelry, a few photographs of students she had genuinely cared about. The rest could stay. Hogwarts could keep its deputy headmistress's quarters and its deputy headmistress's furniture and its deputy headmistress's careful neutrality in the face of unconscionable decisions. The cottage was exactly as she had left it 3 months ago, when she had first begun to seriously consider this course of action. Hidden in a fold of the cairngorms, warded against detection, and protected by magic older and more reliable than Albus Dumbledore's grand strategies. She had bought it quietly, through intermediaries, telling herself it was simply a retirement plan. Perhaps it had been. Perhaps she had been planning this longer than she had admitted to herself. She spent the afternoon preparing expansion charms on the guest room to create proper living space for a growing boy, protective wards layered thick enough to keep out armies, or let alone meddlesome headmasters, a full pantry stocked with foods that would appeal to someone who had never been allowed to express preferences about anything. As evening fell, Minerva sat in her new kitchen, sipping tea and watching the sun set over the mountains. Tomorrow was Harry Potter's 11th birthday. Tomorrow, Hagrid would find an empty house at Privet Drive, and no clue where the boy who lived had gone. Tomorrow, the wizarding world would discover that some things mattered more than the greater good. But tonight, she would collect what belonged to her. The boy who should have been her student, the child who should have been protected, the person who deserved better than to be treated as a chess piece in someone else's game. Harry Potter. It was time to bring him home. Or Chapter 2. The Midnight Extraction. Minerva McGonagall had broken into many places during her 7 decades of life. Grindelwald's strongholds during the war, ministry archives when research demanded it, even Nocturne Alley establishments when tracking down wayward students required such measures. But she had never felt the particular weight of moral certainty that pressed down on her shoulders as she stood in the manicured darkness of Privet Drive at 11:43 p.m. The street was tomb quiet, every house sealed tight against the summer night. Behind their drawn curtains, the residents of Little Whinging slept the peaceful sleep of people who had never been forced to question whether safety was something that could be taken away without warning. Minerva knew better. As she approached number 4 with the careful precision of someone who understood that the next few minutes would determine whether she spent the rest of her life as a criminal or a savior, and who had already decided that the distinction mattered less than the boy sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs. The house's defences revealed themselves to her trained senses like layers of an onion waiting to be peeled. Dumbledore's monitoring charms hung over the property like a spider's web, delicate and extensive, designed to register any magical activity within 100 yards. Beneath those lay the blood wards, anchored in Petunia's reluctant protection and fed by Harry's continued residence. And underneath it all, out the Dursleys' own mundane security measures, deadbolts and window locks, and the smug confidence of people who believed that doors were sufficient to keep out the things they feared. They were wrong, of course. Doors were merely suggestions to someone who had spent 40 years teaching Transfiguration, to students who thought rules were optional. The monitoring charms went first. Minerva unraveled them with the surgical precision of someone who had helped design their theoretical framework, pulling apart Dumbledore's work thread by thread until the magical surveillance collapsed into harmless wisps of dissipating energy. The blood wards were more complex, not because they were stronger, but because she needed to preserve them while working around them. Let Dumbledore think his precious protections were still intact. It would buy her time before he realized his surveillance network had gone dark. The mundane locks surrendered to transfiguration, so subtle that the tumblers simply rearranged themselves into more cooperative configurations. Minerva eased the front door open with the care of someone who understood that Vernon Dursley's explosive temper would be nothing compared to his rage if he discovered an intruder in his perfectly controlled domain. The hallway beyond was exactly as she had expected. Beige carpet, beige walls, framed photographs of the Dursley family's various achievements arranged with geometric precision. The staircase rose into darkness on her left, and beneath it, the cupboard door was secured with no fewer than 7 separate locks. 7 locks. Minerva stood in the hallway of number 4 Privet Drive and felt something crystallize inside her chest, sharp and cold and utterly unforgiving. 7 locks on a cupboard door, in a house where the bedroom doors hung open and the storage closets closed with simple latches. 7 locks, installed with care and maintained with attention, designed not to keep things out, but to keep something in. Someone. She dealt with the locks as she had the front door, transfiguring them into harmless decorations that retained their appearance but lost their function. The cupboard door swung open on hinges that had been recently oiled, evidence that the Dursleys visited their prisoner regularly enough to maintain his cage. The space beyond was smaller than her office closet at Hogwarts, perhaps 4 feet wide and 6 feet deep, with a sloped ceiling that followed the line of the stairs above. No window. No ventilation beyond what seeped around the edges of the door. No light except what filtered through the keyhole when the hallway was illuminated. And there, curled on a mattress so thin it barely deserved the name, lay Harry Potter. Minerva had seen him from a distance hundreds of times over the past decade. She had watched him grow from a toddler to a child, had observed his careful movements and quiet demeanor, had documented his increasing thinness in report after ignored report. But she had never seen him like this. Unconscious, unguarded, reduced to the simple biological reality of a small body struggling to survive in conditions that would have broken most adults. He was so small, even accounting for malnutrition, that even considering that he had always been delicate like his mother, he seemed impossibly fragile lying there in the darkness. His skin was pale enough that the faint light from the hallway revealed the shadow of veins beneath it, and when Minerva knelt beside the mattress, she could see the rapid, shallow rhythm of breathing that spoke of illness, fever. She could sense it without touching him, the way his magic was burning too bright and too fast, his body's defenses overwhelmed by stress and neglect, and the particular exhaustion that came from never feeling safe. "Harry," she whispered, and his eyes snapped open with the instant alertness of someone who had learned that unconsciousness was a luxury that could be violently interrupted at any moment. For a heartbeat, they stared at each other in the dim light filtering through the cupboard door. Harry's eyes, Lily's eyes, green as spring grass and twice as wild, took in Minerva's unfamiliar face with the rapid assessment of a child who had learned to evaluate threats quickly and accurately. Then his gaze dropped to her hands, and his face went white. She was still holding her wand. Of course she was still holding her wand. She had needed it to deal with the locks, and in her focus on the task at hand, she had forgotten that to Harry Potter, magic was not salvation, but the thing that made him a freak, the thing that made him different, the thing that justified every cruelty the Dursleys had inflicted in the name of beating the unnaturalness out of him. "Please," Harry whispered, and his voice was hoarse with fever and terror. "Please." "Oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't mean to. I'll be better. I promise I'll be better. Just don't. Shh. Minerva set her wand aside carefully, moving slowly so he could see exactly what she was doing. I'm not here to hurt you, dear one. I'm here to help. Harry's laugh was a broken sound that no 11-year-old should have been capable of making. Help, he repeated, as if the word were foreign. Right. What's your name? Minerva asked, even though she knew the answer. Sometimes, when people were frightened, familiar questions helped them find their footing. Harry, he said, after a moment's hesitation. Harry Potter. But you already know that, don't you? That's why you're here, because of what I am. And what do you think you are? Harry's eyes flickered to her wand, then back to her face. A freak, he said simply. And a freak who does impossible things and ruins everything for normal people. That's why they keep me here. Because I'm not fit to be around regular people. The words hit Minerva like physical blows. She had known, intellectually, that the Dursleys' treatment would have psychological effects. She had documented the evidence of emotional abuse alongside the physical neglect. But hearing it from Harry's lips, hearing him recite the Dursleys' poison as if it were simple fact, made her hands shake with the effort of not transforming and clawing Vernon Dursley's eyes out. Instead, she reached slowly toward Harry's face, telegraphing her movement so he could pull away if he chose to. When he didn't, when he merely watched her, with the resigned acceptance of someone who had learned that resistance only made things worse, she pressed her palm gently against his forehead. He was burning up. His fever was high enough that, in a hospital, doctors would be talking about ice baths and brain damage, and underneath the heat she could feel the echo of old injuries, ribs that had been cracked and healed poorly, a wrist that had been sprained and never properly set, the particular pattern of bruising that spoke of hands gripped too tightly, too often, for too many years. "Oh, Harry," she breathed. "I know I'm sick," Harry said, apparently misreading her expression as concern about contagion. "I'm sorry. I tried not to be. I know it's inconvenient, having to deal with me when I'm like this, but I couldn't make it stop. Oh, I'm sorry." Minerva closed her eyes and took a breath that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than her lungs. When she opened them again, Harry was watching her with the careful attention of someone who had learned to read adult moods as a matter of survival. "Harry," she said quietly, "I need you to listen to me very carefully. Can you do that?" He nodded. "You are not a freak. You are not a burden. You are not something to be kept in a cupboard like a shameful secret." Each word was precise, delivered with the conviction of someone who understood that some truths needed to be spoken with absolute clarity. "You are a child who has been terribly treated by people who should have protected you, and I am here to take you somewhere safe." Harry blinked at her, and she saw the moment when his fever-bright mind caught up with her words. "Take me," he repeated, "away from here, away from them, away from this." She gestured at the cupboard, at the locks on the door, at the whole poisonous edifice of number 4 Privet Drive. "If you'll let me." For a moment, Harry was utterly still. Then, so quietly she almost missed it. Why? It was, Minerva realized, probably the first time in his life that anyone had offered him a choice about his own circumstances. The first time someone had asked his permission instead of simply moving him around like furniture to be rearranged at adult convenience. "Because," she said simply, "no one should live like this. Because you deserve better. Because I should have done this years ago, and I'm sorry it took me so long to find the courage." Harry searched her face, as if looking for lies, or for the cruel punchline that would reveal this as another of the universe's elaborate jokes at his expense. When he didn't find it, when her expression remained steady and gentle and absolutely serious, something shifted in his eyes. You're really a witch," he said. Not a question, but a statement, delivered with the wonder of someone who had spent 11 years being told that magic was evil and impossible and shameful, only to discover that it could also be gentle hands and healing warmth and the promise of rescue. "I am," Minerva confirmed. "And so are you, Harry. That's why you can do the things you do. Not because you're a freak, but because you're magical. Because you're special in a way that has nothing to do with shame and everything to do with possibility." She reached for her wand again, moving slowly so he could see what she was doing. "May I heal your fever? It won't hurt, I promise. It will just make you feel better." Harry stared at the wand as if it were a venomous snake. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, "Okay." The healing charm was gentle, designed more for comfort than dramatic effect. Minerva watched as the flush faded from Harry's cheeks, as his breathing deepened and slowed, as the tight lines of pain around his eyes began to relax. It would take more than basic medical magic to undo years of systematic neglect, but at least now he would be conscious and coherent for what came next. "Better?" she asked. Harry nodded, and for the first time since she had opened the cupboard door, he looked truly present, fever no longer burning away his ability to focus on anything beyond the immediate struggle to survive. "Good." Minerva climbed to her feet, then extended her hand toward him. "Now, would you like to see what a real home looks like?" Harry stared at her outstretched hand, as if it were the most extraordinary thing he had ever encountered. Slowly, carefully, as if he expected it to be snatched away at the last moment, he reached up and let her help him to his feet. He was unsteady, fever and malnutrition, and probably a dozen other medical issues she would need to address once they were safe. But he stood under his own power, swaying only slightly, as he looked around the cupboard that had been his world for so many years. "Is there anything here that belongs to you?" Minerva asked. "Anything you want to take with you?" Harry glanced around the tiny space, then shook his head. "Nothing here is mine," he said, and the matter-of-fact acceptance in his voice made her heart clench. "Then we'll get you new things," she said firmly. "Better things. Things that are actually yours, that no one can take away from you." She led him out of the cupboard and through the hallway, past the photographs of Dursley family happiness, and up the stairs toward the front door. Harry moved like someone walking through a dream, his eyes wide as he took in the ordinary middle-class comfort of the house where he had lived as a prisoner. At the door, Minerva paused. "I'm going to use magic to take us somewhere safe," she explained. "It's called apparition, and it feels a bit strange the first time. But it won't hurt you. But I'll hold on to you the whole time, and it will be over in just a moment. All right?" Harry nodded, then surprised her by reaching for her hand without being prompted. His fingers were thin and cold, but his grip was steady. "Ready?" she asked. "I think so," Harry whispered. Minerva closed her eyes and concentrated on the cottage in the Cairngorms, on the fireplace she had lit before leaving, and the warm light that would be waiting for them. She felt the familiar compression of apparition, the moment of non-existence that separated one place from another. And then they materialized in the cottage's front room with the soft pop of displaced air. Harry stumbled slightly, disoriented by his first experience with magical transportation, and Minerva steadied him with a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Welcome home, Harry," she said softly. Harry looked around the cottage's main room, at the fire crackling in the stone hearth, at the comfortable furniture arranged in warm pools of lamplight, at the bookshelves lining the walls, and the kitchen visible through an archway where copper pots gleamed on their hooks. It was nothing grand, nothing that would impress anyone accustomed to luxury, but it was clean and warm and safe, and most importantly, it was theirs. "This is really for me?" Harry asked, his voice small and wondering. "This is really for you," Minerva confirmed. "For both of us. No locks on bedroom doors, no cupboards for sleeping in, No one who will hurt you, or call you names, or make you feel like you don't belong." Harry turned to look at her, and she saw that his eyes had filled with tears. Not of sadness, but of the overwhelming relief that came from discovering that the world contained more possibilities than he had ever dared to imagine. "You're safe now," she told him, and meant it with every fibre of her being. "No one will hurt you ever again." For the first time in 11 years, Harry Potter smiled without fear. Chapter 3. The Cottage That Remembers. Harry Potter woke for the first time in his life without the immediate, crushing awareness that he was somewhere he didn't belong. The realization came slowly, filtered through the drowsy confusion of someone whose sleep had been deep enough to leave him disoriented. He was warm, genuinely warm, not the desperate, huddled warmth of too thin blankets hoarded in a space too small to hold heat. He was lying on something soft that seemed to cradle his body instead of punishing it for presuming to exist. And when he opened his eyes, instead of the familiar darkness of the cupboard or the cramped view of the underside of stairs, he saw sunlight. Sunlight streaming through real windows with actual curtains, painting golden rectangles on wooden floors that smelled of polish and care rather than dust and neglect. Sunlight that fell across a room that was clearly, impossibly, meant for him. Harry sat up carefully, his body protesting the movement with the particular aches of someone who had spent too many years sleeping on surfaces that were never designed for human comfort. But even the lingering soreness couldn't diminish his wonder as he took in his surroundings properly for the first time. The room was small but perfect, with sloped eaves that suggested it had been carved from the cottage's attic space. The bed he occupied was sized for a child, but built with obvious quality, solid oak posts, and a mattress that had actually supported his weight without sagging. There was a wardrobe against one wall, a writing desk positioned to catch the morning light, and most miraculous of all, a bookshelf that already held a dozen volumes with titles like A Child's Guide to Magical Creatures and Simple Charms for Young Witches and Wizards. Books. Actual books, meant for him to read instead of forbidden texts he might glimpse over Dudley's shoulder before being shooed away. The walls themselves seemed to shimmer slightly in the morning light, and Harry realized with a start that they were changing even as he watched. The pale blue that had greeted his waking was deepening to a warmer green, and the curtains were shifting from cream to a gold that matched the sunlight. It should have been frightening, more evidence of the impossible, unnatural things that happened around him. Instead, Harry found himself thinking that the room was trying to make him comfortable, adjusting itself to his preferences like a living thing that cared about his happiness. A soft knock on the door interrupted his exploration. "Harry, are you awake, dear one?" The voice belonged to the witch, Professor McGonagall. She had told him to call her when they had arrived the night before. Even now, in the bright safety of morning, her voice carried the same gentle certainty that had convinced him to leave the only home he had ever known. "Yes," Harry called, then cleared his throat and tried again with more volume. "Yes, I'm awake. May I come in?" "May I?" As if his permission mattered, as if this space was truly his to control. "Yes, please." The door opened to reveal Professor McGonagall, carrying a tea tray, her greying hair twisted into a neat bun, and her expression warm with what Harry was beginning to recognize as genuine concern. She wore simple robes in deep green, and there was something about her precise movements that spoke of years spent managing students and classrooms with quiet authority. "Good morning," she said, setting the tray on his writing desk. "Happy birthday." Harry blinked at her. "You know it's my birthday?" "July 31st, Professor McGonagall confirmed. 11 years old today. I thought we might celebrate properly. But first, how are you feeling?" "The fever has broken, I see." Harry took inventory of his body and was surprised to discover that she was right. The burning exhaustion that had plagued him for days was gone, replaced by a healthy tiredness that spoke of actual rest rather than illness. Even the persistent ache in his ribs, a reminder of Vernon's latest lesson in proper behavior, had faded to nothing. "Much better," he admitted. "The magic you did last night, it really helped." "Healing charms," Professor McGonagall said matter-of-factly. "Basic medical magic. Nothing fancy. You'll learn them yourself eventually, if you'd like." "I could learn magic?" The words came out breathless with hope. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said, gently, settling into the chair at his desk. "You are magic. What do you think happened when things moved around you? Or when you made glass disappear? Or when you somehow ended up on the roof of your school? That wasn't abnormal or freakish. That was you, using abilities you were born with but never taught to control." Harry stared at her. "But the Dursleys said—" "The Dursleys," Professor McGonagall said with careful precision, "know nothing about magic except that it exists and they fear it. They told you lies, Harry. Terrible, cruel lies designed to make you ashamed of something you should be proud of." She reached for the teapot on the tray and began pouring, but instead of lifting the pot with her hands, she simply gestured, and it rose into the air, tilting gracefully to fill 2 cups with steaming amber liquid. Harry watched in fascination as sugar cubes danced through the air to plop into the tea, or followed by a stream of cream that swirled itself into perfect spirals. "Magic," Professor McGonagall said simply, "is a tool. Like reading or mathematics or cooking, it can be used for wonderful things or terrible things, depending on the person wielding it. There is nothing shameful about having magical ability, any more than there is something shameful about having brown eyes or black hair." Harry found himself staring at his hands, as if seeing them for the first time. "So when I made Dudley's birthday cake fall, accidental magic," Professor McGonagall confirmed. "Perfectly normal for a magical child. Usually happens when you're emotional or stressed. The fact that you've been producing it consistently, despite living in a household that actively discouraged it, suggests that you are quite powerful. Powerful. Not freakish or wrong or dangerous. Powerful. Here." Professor McGonagall lifted one of the teacups with her actual hands this time and offered it to Harry. "Drink your tea. Then we'll have breakfast, and I'll show you how the cottage works." The tea was perfect. Sweet but not cloying, warm but not scalding, flavored with something that tasted like comfort itself. Harry drank it slowly, savoring both the taste and the simple fact that someone had prepared it specifically for him. "Professor McGonagall," he said, as he drained the cup. "Yes, dear one?" "How does the cottage work?" Her smile was soft and mysterious. "Why don't you come downstairs and find out?" The cottage's main floor had transformed overnight. Where the previous evening Harry had seen a cozy but simple living space, he now discovered a home that had somehow intuited exactly what a boy who had never been allowed to feel safe might need. The furniture had rearranged itself to create smaller, more intimate conversation areas. Soft cushions had appeared in window nooks that were perfectly sized for reading. The lighting had adjusted to a warm, golden glow that made even the darkest corners feel welcoming rather than threatening. Most remarkably, the kitchen had expanded to accommodate a teaching space. The counters were now at 2 different heights, one for Professor McGonagall and a lower one sized perfectly for Harry. Duplicate sets of measuring cups and mixing bowls sat waiting, along with ingredients that seemed to have organized themselves for maximum educational potential. "What the cottage remembers," Professor McGonagall explained, as she tied an apron around Harry's waist. "It's very old magic, built into the stones and timbers when the place was first constructed. The cottage learns what its inhabitants need and adapts itself accordingly." "It knows what I need?" Harry asked, still staring around at the transformed space. "Better than you do, in some cases," Professor McGonagall said with gentle humor. "For instance, it has decided that you need to learn to cook properly, not the survival cooking you were doing for the Dursleys, but the kind of cooking that feeds the soul as well as the body." She moved to the stove, which Harry now noticed had acquired a second set of smaller burners positioned at his eye level. "We'll start with eggs," she announced. "Simple, nutritious, and nearly impossible to ruin completely." What followed was unlike any cooking experience Harry had ever had. Instead of rushing to complete tasks before Vernon's temper exploded, he found himself guided through each step with patient explanation and gentle correction. Professor McGonagall showed him how to crack eggs without getting shells in the bowl, how to whisk them to the proper consistency, how to gauge the temperature of the pan by listening to the sizzle when butter hit the surface. More importantly, she showed him magic. Not the flashy, dramatic magic of fairy tales, but the small, practical magic that turned daily chores into opportunities for wonder. A flick of her wand ensured the butter didn't brown too quickly. Another gesture kept the eggs at perfect temperature while she demonstrated proper seasoning techniques. The salt and pepper mills danced through the air at her casual direction, adding precise amounts without her having to pause in her explanation of how proteins coagulated when heated. "Magic," she said as they worked, "should make life easier, not more complicated. The best magical cooking isn't about impressing anyone. It's about taking care of the people you love." Harry found himself watching her wand movements with intense focus, trying to understand the patterns and rhythms that seemed so natural to her. To his amazement, he began to see something, threads of light that flickered around her hands when she cast, barely visible wisps of colour that danced in the air like aurora made small. "Professor McGonagall," he said tentatively, "when you do magic, and I can see there are these lights." She paused in her stirring to look at him sharply. "You can see the magic itself?" Harry nodded, suddenly worried that he had said something wrong. "Should I not be able to?" "Oh, Harry," Professor McGonagall breathed. "Most witches and wizards never develop that level of sensitivity. It's extraordinarily rare." She demonstrated a simple warming charm on their teacups, and Harry watched in fascination as golden threads spiraled from her wand to wrap around the ceramic surfaces. "Beautiful," he whispered. "Indeed it is," Professor McGonagall agreed. "Magic is always beautiful when it's used with love and care. Remember that art when you begin learning to cast your own spells." They ate their eggs, accompanied by perfectly toasted bread and fresh fruit that the cottage had apparently provided from its own garden. Harry discovered that food tasted entirely different when it was prepared with care and eaten without fear. The eggs were creamy and rich, the bread had a satisfying crust that gave way to soft interior, and the strawberries burst with sweetness that made him understand for the first time why people spoke of summer as a season of abundance. "Now then," Professor McGonagall said as they finished eating, "shall we see about getting you properly educated?" Harry looked up from his last strawberry. "Educated?" "Reading, writing, arithmetic," Professor McGonagall enumerated. "History, both magical and mundane. Basic scientific principles. Or literature and poetry. Music, if you have any interest. Art, certainly. Creativity is as important as knowledge." "The Dursleys said I was too stupid for school," Harry said quietly. Professor McGonagall's expression went very still. "The Dursleys," she said, with careful control, "were wrong about a great many things. Shall we find out together what you're actually capable of?" The cottage, it seemed, had been listening. When they moved to what had been a simple sitting room, Harry discovered that it had transformed into a perfect schoolroom. A blackboard had appeared on one wall, flanked by maps and charts. 2 desks sat side by side, a teacher's desk for Professor McGonagall, and a student's desk sized exactly right for Harry. Bookshelves lined the remaining walls, filled with texts that ranged from primers to advanced magical theory. As most wonderfully, there was a globe in one corner. Not a simple representation of the Earth, but a magical globe that showed weather patterns shifting across continents, ocean currents flowing in real time, and tiny ships moving across the seas. Harry could have stared at it for hours, but Professor McGonagall had other plans. She started with a simple assessment, asking Harry to read aloud from a book of fairy tales. He stumbled over words that the Dursleys had never allowed him to learn. But Professor McGonagall's corrections were gentle and encouraging. When she asked him to solve basic arithmetic problems, he struggled with concepts that Dudley had been taught years ago. But again, there was no impatience in her voice. "You're not behind," she told him as she reviewed his work. "You're untaught. There's a significant difference. What your mind is perfectly capable. It's simply been deprived of proper instruction." She conjured a set of wooden blocks and began demonstrating basic mathematical principles through hands-on manipulation. Harry found himself grasping concepts that had seemed impossible when shouted at him by frustrated Dursley relatives or condescending teachers who had already been told he was a lost cause. "I can actually learn this," he said with wonder, as he successfully worked through a problem that would have been impossible for him just that morning. "Of course you can," Professor McGonagall said warmly. "You have an excellent mind, Harry. You've simply never had anyone take the time to teach you properly." They worked through the morning, pausing frequently for Harry to rest his eyes or stretch muscles that weren't accustomed to sitting upright in proper chairs. During one such break, Harry wandered to the bookshelves and found himself drawn to a volume titled Magical Creatures and Where to Find Them. "Interested in magical creatures?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Are there really dragons?" Harry asked. "And unicorns?" "Oh yes," Professor McGonagall said with a smile. "And phoenixes and hippogriffs and bowtruckles, and hundreds of other creatures that most people never imagine exist. Would you like to learn about them?" Harry nodded enthusiastically, and Professor McGonagall summoned the book to hover between them, its pages turning to reveal detailed illustrations of creatures that seemed to move and breathe within the confines of their pictures. They spent the afternoon reading together, Professor McGonagall's voice weaving stories of magical creatures with the skill of someone who had clearly spent years making lessons engaging for students. Harry learned about the intelligence of dragons, the healing properties of phoenix terrors, the fierce loyalty of hippogriffs. More importantly, he learned what it felt like to be curious about something without fearing that his questions would be met with irritation or punishment. As evening approached, the cottage's lighting shifted to warm, honey-colored tones that made the entire space feel like the inside of a particularly welcoming lantern. Harry had migrated to one of the window nooks with a book of his own. Simple stories, but written with genuine care and filled with illustrations that moved and changed as he watched. Professor McGonagall sat nearby with her own book, the comfortable silence between them punctuated only by the occasional turning of pages and the soft crackling of the fire that had appeared in the hearth without anyone lighting it. "Professor McGonagall?" Harry said, as she prepared to show him to his room for the night. "Yes, dear one?" The question had been building in him all day, lurking beneath every moment of comfort and kindness, like a shadow that refused to be dispelled. "Are you going to send me back?" Professor McGonagall stopped what she was doing and turned to face him fully. In the firelight, her expression was fierce, with a protectiveness that Harry had never imagined could be directed toward him. "Never," she said, and the word rang with the absolute finality of an unbreakable vow. "I brought you here because you deserve safety and care, and the chance to learn who you really are. That chance isn't contingent on your behavior or your gratitude or your ability to be convenient. You belong here, Harry, for as long as you want to stay." Harry felt something unknot in his chest, a tension he had carried for so long that he had forgotten it was possible to feel its absence. "I want to stay," he whispered. "Then you shall," Professor McGonagall said simply. "This is your home now, our home, and no one will ever take you away from it again." As Harry settled into his bed that night, listening to the cottage's gentle creaking as it settled around him like a protective embrace, he realized that for the first time in his life, he was looking forward to tomorrow. There would be more lessons, more stories, and more moments of wonder as he discovered what it meant to live in a world where magic was a gift rather than a curse. There would be time to heal, time to learn, time to become whoever he was meant to be without the Dursleys' cruelty shaping every moment of his existence. Most importantly, there would be Professor McGonagall, the witch who had seen his suffering and chosen to act, who had brought him home and promised never to let him go. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep without fear, wrapped in the knowledge that he was wanted, protected, and genuinely loved. Chapter 4. Lessons in a Lost Childhood. 3 days into August, Minerva McGonagall sat at the kitchen table in the pre-dawn quiet, surrounded by assessment papers that told a story more heartbreaking than any she had read in 40 years of teaching. Harry's reading comprehension hovered somewhere between that of a 5- and 6-year-old. His mathematical understanding barely encompassed basic counting, with addition and subtraction clearly sabotaged by years of being told he was too stupid to learn properly. His handwriting was cramped and uncertain, the letters formed by someone who had been criticized for every attempt at self-expression until he had learned to make himself as small and unnoticeable as possible in all things. Most telling of all were the gaps that couldn't be measured by any formal assessment. Harry had never heard of nursery rhymes or fairy tales beyond the fragments he had glimpsed over Dudley's shoulder. He didn't know that children were supposed to have toys or birthday parties or bedtime stories read in loving voices. When she had asked him to draw a picture of a family, he had stared at the paper for 20 minutes before finally sketching a single small figure standing alone in a corner. Minerva rubbed her eyes and reached for her tea. She had taught hundreds of children over the years, had dealt with learning disabilities and traumatic backgrounds, and every variety of educational challenge imaginable, but she had never encountered a case where deliberate sabotage had been so systematically applied to prevent a bright child from learning. Because Harry was bright, that much had become clear within hours of beginning his education. His questions were insightful, his curiosity boundless once he learned it was safe to express it. When freed from the constant fear of punishment for showing intelligence, he absorbed information like a desert absorbing rain. Desperately, gratefully, as if knowledge itself was the nourishment he had been denied his entire life. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." Minerva looked up to find Harry standing in the kitchen doorway, his dark hair even more unruly than usual, and his thin frame swimming in the conjured pajamas that were still several sizes too large, despite her best efforts. The cottage had been trying to help, she had noticed, adjusting furniture heights and lighting levels throughout the day to accommodate his needs, but there was only so much magic could do to compensate for 11 years of malnutrition. "Good morning, dear one," she said, quickly shuffling the assessment papers into a neat stack. "You're up early." Harry shrugged, now settling into his chair with the careful movements of someone who was still adjusting to the idea that furniture was meant for his use rather than something to be avoided. "I couldn't sleep very long. I kept waking up thinking." He trailed off, looking embarrassed. "Thinking what?" "That maybe I'd dreamed it all," Harry admitted quietly. "That I'd wake up back in the cupboard and you'd be gone, and this would all have been something I imagined because I wanted it so badly." Minerva felt her heart clench. She reached across the table and gently covered his small hand with her own. "I'm real, Harry. This is real. And you're never going back to that place." Harry nodded, but she could see the lingering uncertainty in his eyes. Trust, she was learning, was not something that could be rebuilt in a matter of days, or no matter how safe the environment or how genuine the care offered. "Shall we have breakfast?" she asked. "And then perhaps we can work on those reading lessons we started yesterday." Harry's face brightened immediately. Despite his struggles with basic literacy, he had shown an almost desperate hunger for stories and books, as if trying to absorb years of missed narrative experiences all at once. They prepared breakfast together, Harry's movements in the kitchen becoming more confident each day, as he learned that cooking could be a shared pleasure rather than a survival necessity. Minerva found herself treasuring these domestic moments, the quiet conversation over scrambled eggs, The way Harry's face lit up when he successfully flipped a pancake without magical assistance, or the gradual relaxation in his shoulders as he grew accustomed to the rhythm of a household where his presence was welcomed rather than merely tolerated. After breakfast, they settled in the cottage's transformed schoolroom. Minerva had spent considerable time designing lesson plans that would address Harry's educational gaps without making him feel ashamed of how far behind his peers he had fallen. Today, she had decided to focus on reading comprehension through storytelling, an approach that would allow her to fill in the cultural knowledge he had been denied while strengthening his literacy skills. Today, she announced, we're going to learn about the history of magical Britain. Not the formal history you'd find in textbooks, but the stories that every magical child grows up hearing. Harry settled into his chair with the eager attention he brought to all their lessons now. Stories about wizards and witches. Stories about brave witches and clever wizards. About magical creatures and ancient spells. About how our world came to be the way it is. Minerva opened a leather-bound book filled with illustrations that moved gently across the pages. These are the tales that magical parents tell their children, the ones that help them understand where they come from and what it means to be part of our community. She began with the story of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, carefully editing out any mention of the school's role in Harry's future while preserving the essential narrative of cooperation and conflict that had shaped magical education for 1,000 years. Harry listened with the rapt attention of someone experiencing wonder for the first time, occasionally interrupting with questions that revealed both his intelligence and the vast gaps in his cultural knowledge. But why did they build a school? Harry asked when she described Hogwarts' founding. Couldn't parents just teach their children magic at home? Some could, Minerva said carefully. But not all magical parents know every type of magic, and some magical children are born to non-magical families who can't teach them at all. Schools like Hogwarts exist to make sure that every magical child receives proper training, regardless of their background. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Like what you're doing for me? Exactly like what I'm doing for you, Minerva confirmed, though she carefully avoided mentioning that Harry should have been receiving that formal education in just a few weeks' time. They moved on to mathematics after the history lesson, and Minerva watched with growing frustration as Harry struggled with concepts that should have been simple for someone his age. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. When she presented problems visually or through hands-on manipulation, he grasped them quickly. But years of being told he was too stupid to learn had created mental blocks that manifested as anxiety whenever he encountered formal numerical symbols. "I'm sorry," Harry said, after struggling for several minutes with a basic addition problem. "But I know this should be easy, but the numbers they don't make sense when I look at them." "There's nothing to apologize for," Minerva said firmly. "You're not struggling because you're not clever enough. You're struggling because you've been taught to fear mathematics instead of understanding it. We're going to fix that, but it will take time and patience." She transfigured a set of wooden blocks, creating a visual representation of the addition problem that Harry could manipulate with his hands. Almost immediately, his face cleared, and he began working through the calculation with confidence. 7 + 4 = 11, he said, then looked up at her with surprise. "When I can see it like this, it's actually quite easy." "Mathematics is simply another language," Minerva explained. "Some people learn languages by hearing them spoken, others by seeing them written, and still others by using their hands to shape the words. You're someone who learns by doing and seeing. There's nothing wrong with that approach." They worked through several more problems using the transfigured manipulatives, and Minerva felt a surge of pride as she watched Harry's confidence grow with each successful solution. By the end of the lesson, he was tackling problems that would have seemed impossible to him just an hour earlier. "Shall we take a break?" she suggested, as the morning stretched toward noon. Harry nodded, then surprised her by asking, "Professor McGonagall, could you show me more transfiguration? Like what you did with the blocks?" Minerva paused, considering. Transfiguration was advanced magic, typically not taught until a student's first year at magical school. But Harry had already demonstrated an unusual sensitivity to magical energy, and his hunger for knowledge was so evident that denying him seemed unnecessarily cruel. "Very well," she decided, "but we'll start with the absolute basics, theory before practice." She began by explaining the fundamental principles of transfiguration, the understanding that all matter was connected, that shape and substance could be altered through will and magical energy, that the key to successful transformation lay in perceiving the essential nature of both the original object and its intended form. Harry listened with the intense focus he brought to all discussions of magic, was occasionally interrupting with questions that revealed an intuitive grasp of theoretical concepts that impressed her more than she cared to admit. "So when you changed the blocks," Harry said, "you were convincing them to remember being something different?" "That's actually a remarkably sophisticated way of thinking about it," Minerva said. "Yes, in a sense, transfiguration is about helping objects access other possibilities for themselves." She demonstrated with a simple match-to-needle transformation, moving slowly so that Harry could observe both the wand movements and the flow of magical energy that accompanied them. His eyes tracked the visible magic with the fascination of someone watching Aurora dance across the sky. "It's beautiful," he breathed, "the way the magic moves. Or it's like watching light become music." Minerva blinked at him. In 40 years of teaching transfiguration, she had never heard a student describe the magical process with such poetic accuracy. Most students focused on the mechanical aspects, the wand movements, the incantations, the visible transformation of Object A into Object B. Harry seemed to be perceiving the art within the science, the aesthetic dimension of magic that many adult wizards never learned to appreciate. "Would you like to try?" she asked impulsively. Harry's eyes widened. "I don't have a wand." "You don't need one for this," Minerva said, remembering the accidental magic she had documented over the years. "Wandless magic is more difficult to control, but it's often more powerful when it works. And you've been doing it your entire life without realizing it." She placed a matchstick on the table between them. "Focus on the match. Try to see it the way it really is. Not just wood and chemicals, but potential energy waiting to be shaped. Then imagine it becoming something else. Something small and simple. A needle, perhaps. Or a pin." Harry stared at the match with such intensity that Minerva worried he might give himself a headache. She watched as his brow furrowed in concentration, as his small hands clenched unconsciously, as his breathing grew shallow with effort. Nothing happened. "I can't," Harry said, frustration evident in his voice. "I can see what it should look like, but I can't make it change." "Magic responds to emotion as much as intention," Minerva said gently. "Perhaps you're trying too hard. What if you thought of it as play rather than work?" She transfigured several more matches into different objects. A needle, a pin, a small button, a tiny flower, arranging them in a circle around the original match. "Imagine you're inviting your match to join the party," she suggested with a smile. Harry giggled, the first truly childlike sound she had heard from him, and suddenly the match shimmered and stretched, transforming into a perfect silver needle. "I did it!" Harry exclaimed, his face bright with wonder and pride. "I actually did magic." "You certainly did," Minerva confirmed, though privately she was somewhat stunned by the clean precision of the transformation. Most first attempts at transfiguration resulted in partial or unstable changes. Harry had achieved a textbook-perfect conversion on his first conscious attempt. Or they spent the afternoon exploring more basic transfigurations, with Harry successfully transforming leaves into different shapes and colors, pebbles into marbles, and water into different beverages. Each success seemed to unlock more confidence, more joy, more of the bright curiosity that Minerva was beginning to understand had been systematically suppressed for most of his life. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, as they cleaned up their practice materials, "is this what children are supposed to do? Learn things and play with magic and be happy about it?" The question hit Minerva like a physical blow. "Yes, dear one. This is exactly what children are supposed to do." Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then, so softly, she almost missed it. "The Dursleys said that children who enjoyed learning were showing off, that children who asked questions were being troublesome, that children who did anything unusual were—" He trailed off. "Were what, Harry?" "Were asking to be punished." Minerva felt something break open in her chest, a combination of rage at the Dursleys and grief for all the joy that had been stolen from this remarkable child. Without thinking, she knelt beside Harry's chair and pulled him into a gentle embrace. "The Dursleys were wrong," she said fiercely. "Children are supposed to ask questions and learn new things and be excited about discoveries. Children are supposed to be proud of their accomplishments and eager to try new challenges. There is nothing wrong with being curious and bright and magical." Harry went very still in her arms. For a moment, she worried that she had overstepped. But that physical affection was too much, too soon, for someone who had been conditioned to expect pain from adult contact. Then Harry began to cry, not the quiet, controlled tears of someone who had learned that emotional expression brought punishment, but the deep, wrenching sobs of grief finally given permission to exist. He cried for years of suppressed curiosity, for questions that had been met with blows instead of answers, for the bright intelligence that had been systematically punished until he had learned to hide it even from himself. Minerva held him through it all, her own tears falling silently as she rocked him the way she should have been able to do 10 years ago, when he was a traumatized toddler who needed comfort instead of abandonment. "I'm sorry," Harry gasped between sobs. "I'm sorry for crying." I know it's—" "No," Minerva said firmly. "You have nothing to apologize for. Crying is what people do when they're healing from hurt. It's healthy and necessary and brave." They stayed like that until Harry's tears finally slowed, until his breathing steadied, until he felt secure enough to pull back and look at her with red-rimmed but clearer eyes. "Better?" Minerva asked softly. Harry nodded. "I think so. I never realized how angry I was about not being allowed to learn things, or ask questions, or be excited about anything. I thought that was just how children were supposed to behave." "Now you know differently," Minerva said. "And now we can help you catch up on everything you missed." They spent the evening cooking dinner together, a more elaborate meal than their usual simple fare. Now, because Harry had expressed interest in learning about different spices and cooking techniques. As they worked side by side, chopping vegetables and seasoning meat and timing everything to finish simultaneously, Harry asked the question that Minerva had been expecting for days. "Professor McGonagall, is this what families do? Cook together and eat together and care about each other?" Minerva paused in her stirring to look at him properly. "Yes, Harry, this is exactly what families do." "Are we a family?" The question was asked with such tentative hope that Minerva felt her heart squeeze tight in her chest. "If you'd like us to be," she said carefully. "Then yes. We're a family." Harry's smile was radiant. "I'd like that very much." They ate their dinner by the light of floating candles that Harry had helped arrange, or talking about everything and nothing, the books he wanted to read, the magical creatures he hoped to see someday, the transfiguration techniques he was eager to master. For the first time since his rescue, Harry initiated conversations instead of simply responding to her questions, his natural curiosity finally free to express itself without fears of punishment. After dinner, as they settled in the sitting room with cups of hot chocolate that steamed with cinnamon-scented vapor, Minerva made a decision that felt both terrifying and absolutely necessary. "Harry," she said, "would you like me to read you a story before bed?" Harry blinked at her. "A story?" "The kind of story that parents read to children at bedtime. Picture books, usually, with simple words and happy endings. Or the kind you probably should have been hearing since you were very small." Harry's expression grew wistful. Yes. I'd like that very much." Minerva summoned a collection of picture books from the cottage's expanding library. Classic tales of magical and mundane adventure, stories of friendship and courage, and the triumph of good over evil. She settled beside Harry on the comfortable sofa, opened the first book to reveal illustrations that moved gently across the pages, and began to read. "Once upon a time," she said, her voice taking on the sing-song rhythm that generations of parents had used to lull children into peaceful sleep. "In a land far, far away." Harry leaned against her shoulder as she read, his eyes growing heavy with the particular contentment that came from being safe and cared for and genuinely loved. And by the time she finished the third story, he was nearly asleep, but he roused himself enough to ask one more question. "Professor McGonagall?" "Yes, dear one?" "Will you still be here in the morning?" "Every morning," Minerva promised. "For as long as you need me to be." Harry smiled sleepily and allowed her to help him upstairs to his room, where the cottage had already turned down his bed and dimmed the lights to a warm, welcoming glow. As she tucked him in and pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead, Minerva realized that she was not merely teaching Harry about magic and mathematics and the cultural stories that shaped their world. She was teaching him how to be a child again, how to trust in safety and comfort and unconditional love, how to heal from wounds that had seemed impossible to overcome just a week earlier. But most importantly, she was learning how to be a parent, not just an educator, but someone who could provide the emotional foundation that would allow this remarkable boy to flourish into whoever he was meant to become. As she settled into her own bed that night, listening to the cottage's protective wards humming softly around them, Minerva found herself looking forward to tomorrow's lessons with an eagerness she hadn't felt in years. There was so much to teach, so much healing still to do, so many opportunities to show Harry what it meant to be loved without conditions or reservations. For the first time in her long career, she was teaching the student who needed her most. And for the first time in Harry's short life, he was learning from someone who saw his potential rather than his problems, who celebrated his questions instead of punishing them, who understood that the most important lesson of all was simply how to be happy. Chapter 5. The World Beyond the Cottage. "Are you quite certain you're ready for this, dear one?" Harry looked up from where he was carefully lacing the new boots that had appeared in his wardrobe that morning, another thoughtful gift from the cottage, which seemed to anticipate his needs with uncanny accuracy. 2 weeks of proper nutrition and restful sleep had already begun to fill out his thin frame, and the constant tension that had once defined his posture was gradually giving way to the natural energy of a healthy 11-year-old boy. "I think so," Harry said, though Professor McGonagall could hear the uncertainty threading through his voice. "You'll be with me the whole time?" "Every moment," Minerva assured him, adjusting the lightweight traveling cloak that would help disguise her distinctive appearance. "And if at any point you feel overwhelmed or uncomfortable, we'll return home immediately. This is meant to be enjoyable, not stressful." Harry nodded, but she could see him worrying his lower lip in the way that had become familiar over the past fortnight, a nervous habit that emerged whenever he was asked to venture beyond the carefully controlled safety of their cottage. Not that she could blame him for his caution. After 11 years of learning that the outside world meant pain and humiliation, it would take more than 2 weeks of kindness to convince him that he could move through public spaces without fear. Still, it was time. What Harry had absorbed everything she could teach him within the confines of their home, had devoured every book in the cottage's ever-expanding library, had mastered basic household charms with an aptitude that continued to astonish her. But magic, she had learned over her decades of teaching, was not merely about spells and theory. It was about community, about understanding one's place in the larger tapestry of magical society. Harry needed to see that he belonged to something greater than their small sanctuary, even if he wasn't yet ready to claim his full inheritance of that belonging. The village of Tobermory on the Isle of Mull had been carefully chosen for this first expedition. Remote enough that they were unlikely to encounter anyone from the wider magical community who might recognize either of them, but established enough to offer a genuine taste of magical life. More importantly, it was home to families who had chosen to live quietly outside the political currents that swirled around the ministry and its various factions, exactly the sort of people who would welcome a shy child without asking uncomfortable questions about his origins. "Remember," Minerva said, as they prepared to disapparate, "if anyone asks, your name is Henry MacLeod, and I'm your Aunt Minerva. We're visiting from the Highlands for a few days of shopping and sightseeing." Harry nodded seriously. They had practiced the cover story extensively, creating a simple background that would satisfy casual curiosity without requiring him to lie about anything that might trip him up under pressure. Henry MacLeod was a home-schooled boy whose parents had died in a dragon-handling accident, tragic but not uncommon in certain circles, and it explained both his unfamiliarity with formal magical education and his guardian's protective oversight. "Ready?" Minerva asked, extending her hand. Harry took it with the trust that had grown between them over the past weeks, and she disapparated them to a quiet spot behind the village's public library, where her notice-me-not charms would ensure they appeared without attracting attention. The first thing that struck Harry about Tobermory was the colour. Unlike the aggressively beige conformity of Little Whinging, the magical village sprawled along the waterfront in a riot of blues and greens and yellows that seemed to shift and change as the light caught them. Buildings leaned against each other like old friends sharing secrets, their walls painted in shades that no Muggle paint shop had ever imagined. Flowers spilled from window boxes that sang softly in harmony with the sea breeze, and the very cobblestones beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth that had nothing to do with the August sunshine. "It's beautiful," Harry breathed, his eyes wide as he took in the dancing shop signs and the fishing boats, whose nets sparkled with more than just seawater. "Wait until you see the inside of the shops," Minerva said with a smile, guiding him toward the main street where other families moved at the leisurely pace of people who had nowhere urgent to be. Their first stop was McTavish's Books and Curiosities, a narrow shop wedged between a tea-house and a shop that sold what appeared to be bottled weather. The proprietor, a cheerful witch with silver hair braided with tiny bells, greeted them with the sort of warm enthusiasm that Harry had never experienced from a stranger. "Welcome, welcome," she called from behind a counter that groaned under the weight of leather-bound volumes and crystal spheres that showed miniature weather patterns. "First time in Tobermory." "Oh, you have that look about you, young man, like someone seeing magic with fresh eyes." "How wonderful." Harry glanced uncertainly at Professor McGonagall, who nodded encouragingly. "Go on, dear. Look around. Choose something that interests you." The bookshop was larger inside than it had appeared from the street, with shelves that stretched far beyond what the building's exterior could possibly contain. Books chattered quietly to each other on the upper shelves, while others opened themselves to display particularly engaging passages to potential readers. Harry found himself drawn to a section labelled Adventures for Young Minds, where the volumes were sized for smaller hands and illustrated with pictures that moved with the fluid grace of living art. "That's a good choice," said a voice beside him, and Harry turned to find a girl about his own age browsing the same shelf. She had the sort of wild red hair that suggested magical heritage and freckles that spoke of summers spent outdoors. "I'm Flora McTavish. My gran owns the shop. Are you visiting?" Harry felt his throat close with the familiar panic that had always accompanied unexpected social interaction. But then he remembered Professor McGonagall's patient lessons about conversation, about how questions were often invitations to friendship rather than traps waiting to spring. "I'm Henry," he managed. "And yes, we're visiting. From the Highlands." "Oh, lovely. The Highlands are brilliant for hiking. Do you know about the hidden magical paths? There are routes through the mountains that will take you anywhere in Scotland, if you know the right words to say to the stones." Harry shook his head, fascinated despite his nervousness. "I didn't know that was possible." "Oh yes," Flora said enthusiastically. "Scotland is absolutely riddled with old magic, much older than the stuff they teach at schools. What my gran says that the land itself remembers when magic was just part of life, before wizards decided they needed to organize everything into subjects and regulations." She pulled a book from the shelf, "Hidden Paths and Ancient Ways," and opened it to show Harry illustrations of mountain trails that glowed with silver light under star-filled skies. "This one's brilliant for learning about magical geography," Flora said. "And this one," she reached for another volume, "is about magical creatures native to Scotland. Did you know we have selkies in the lochs around here? Real ones, not just stories." Harry found himself relaxing as Flora chatted about books and local magical phenomena with the easy enthusiasm of someone who had never learned to fear showing interest in anything. Her obvious delight in sharing knowledge was infectious, and before long he was asking questions and offering his own observations about the creatures he had read about during his lessons with Professor McGonagall. "You know loads about magical theory," Flora said approvingly, as Harry correctly identified the difference between a kelpie and a hippocampus. "Are you going to Hogwarts in September?" The question hit Harry like cold water. He had no idea what Hogwarts was, though the name triggered a vague sense of recognition that he couldn't place. I'm not sure," he said carefully. "My aunt handles all that sort of thing." Flora nodded understandingly. "My older brother says Hogwarts is brilliant, but I think I'd rather study with my gran. She knows things the school doesn't teach, old ways, family magic, proper respect for the land. Plus I don't fancy being sorted into houses like I'm some kind of package that needs organizing." Harry selected 3 books, the one about hidden paths, another about Scottish magical creatures, and a third that promised to teach kitchen magic for young witches and wizards, and carried them to the front counter, where Professor McGonagall was having a quiet conversation with the shop owner about the best trails for nature walks. "Excellent choices," Mrs. McTavish said, as she wrapped the books in brown paper that tied itself with silver cord. "Young Flora has been singing your praises, young man. Says you've got a proper appreciation for the old knowledge." "Henry knows more about magical theory than most adults," Flora said loyally, and Harry felt a warm glow of pride that was entirely new to him. Someone thought he was clever. Someone his own age thought he was worth talking to. Someone had chosen to spend time with him because they enjoyed his company, not because they had been forced to tolerate his presence. Their next stop was MacLeod's ice cream parlor, where the proprietor served frozen treats that changed flavor with each spoonful and came topped with miniature fireworks that popped harmlessly on the tongue. Harry had never tasted anything like it, sweet and cold and magical in ways that had nothing to do with spells and everything to do with the care taken in its creation. "Good?" Professor McGonagall asked, as Harry savored a spoonful that had just transformed from vanilla to something that tasted like summer sunshine. "Amazing," Harry said honestly. "Is all magical food like this?" "The best of it is," Professor McGonagall confirmed. "When cooking is done with love and skill, magic can enhance flavors in ways that Muggle cuisine simply cannot match." They sat at a small table outside the parlor, watching the harbor where fishing boats bobbed alongside vessels that were clearly designed for purposes other than catching fish. Harry was beginning to understand that the magical world existed in layers, the obvious enchantments like moving pictures and self-stirring teaspoons, but also subtler magics woven so deeply into daily life that they felt as natural as breathing. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, as they prepared to visit their final stop, a general store that promised to stock everything from self-sweeping brooms to emergency healing potions. "Why don't more people know about all this? About magic being real? What I mean?" It was a carefully edited version of the question he really wanted to ask. Why had the Dursleys been so afraid of something so wonderful? But some conversations, he had learned, were better saved for the privacy of home. The magical world chose to hide itself centuries ago, Professor McGonagall explained as they walked. There were conflicts between magical and non-magical people, misunderstandings that led to fear and violence on both sides. So magical governments around the world established laws to keep the two communities separate. "But isn't that lonely?" Harry asked. "Living separately, I mean." "Sometimes," Professor McGonagall admitted. "But it also allows magical people to live freely, to raise their children without fear, or to practice their gifts openly within safe communities like this one." The general store was a wonderland of magical convenience. Shelves restocked themselves as customers made purchases, coins counted themselves into correct change, and a charmed ledger wrote down purchases in elegant script without human intervention. Harry marveled at self-organizing quills and parchment that took dictation, at potted plants that whispered care instructions to potential buyers, at simple household items that had been enchanted to make daily life easier and more pleasant. It was while Professor McGonagall was purchasing a set of self-updating maps that Harry wandered to a display of magical sweets near the front of the store. Chocolate frogs sat in their distinctive purple packages, promising genuine collectible cards inside. Curious despite himself, Harry picked up one of the packages to examine the colourful advertising on the front. The package showed a distinguished wizard with long silver hair and beard, his blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. But it was the name printed in flowing script beneath the portrait that made Harry's blood freeze: Albus Dumbledore. The package slipped from Harry's suddenly nerveless fingers, hitting the floor with a soft thud that somehow seemed to echo in his ears like thunder. He couldn't explain the surge of panic that crashed over him at the sight of that name, that face. He had never met anyone called Dumbledore, had no conscious memory of seeing that particular visage before. But something deep in his mind was screaming danger with an urgency that made his hands shake and his breathing come short and sharp. "Harry?" Professor McGonagall appeared at his side with the speed of someone who had been watching for exactly this sort of reaction. "What's wrong, dear one?" Harry pointed mutely at the fallen package, where Dumbledore's portrait continued to smile benevolently from the colourful cardboard. "Ah," Professor McGonagall said quietly, and there was something in her tone that suggested she had been expecting this moment. "Yes, I can see why that might be upsetting." She guided Harry away from the display to a quiet corner of the store where they could speak without being overheard. "Who is he?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Why does seeing his picture make me feel scared?" Professor McGonagall was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing her words with care. "Albus Dumbledore is a very powerful wizard," she said finally. "Very famous, very influential. Some people consider him a great hero." "But not you," Harry said, reading the careful neutrality in her tone. "I think," Professor McGonagall said diplomatically, "that very powerful people sometimes make choices that benefit the many at the expense of the few. And I think that sometimes the people who are harmed by those choices are the ones who deserve protection most." Harry studied her face, trying to understand the layers of meaning beneath her careful words. "Does he know about us? About where we live?" "He doesn't know where we are now," Professor McGonagall said firmly. "Our cottage is protected by magic much older and more reliable than anything he could breach. You're safe, Harry. We're both safe." "But he's looking for us," Harry said. It wasn't a question. Possibly, Professor McGonagall admitted. But there are many people in the magical world, and we're very well hidden. The chances of him finding us are vanishingly small. She knelt to pick up the fallen chocolate frog package, slipping it back onto the display with practiced ease. Shall we head home? I think we've had quite enough adventure for one day. Harry nodded gratefully, suddenly exhausted by the emotional upheaval of the past few minutes. The joy of discovering magical society, of making a friend his own age, of tasting impossible ice cream, and browsing shelves of living books. All of it felt tainted now by the knowledge that somewhere in this wonderful world there was someone powerful enough to make Professor McGonagall speak in careful euphemisms and quick enough to make even the sight of his picture trigger panic responses Harry didn't understand. They disapparated back to the cottage in comfortable silence, Harry clutching his new books while Professor McGonagall maintained the protective embrace of her anti-detection charms. Only when they were safely back in their own kitchen, with the familiar wards humming protectively around them, did Harry finally ask the question that had been building since the moment he saw that twinkling blue gaze. Professor McGonagall, why were the Dursleys so afraid of magic? Really, I mean. Not just because it's different, but they were terrified. Aunt Petunia, especially. Aunt, like magic was something that had hurt her personally. Professor McGonagall set the kettle on for tea, her movements precise, but somehow weary. Harry, what do you know about how your parents died? Car crash, Harry said automatically. That's what the Dursleys always told me. I see. Professor McGonagall was quiet for a long moment. Your parents, dear one, were killed by a dark wizard. A very dangerous man who wanted to hurt magical children. You survived that attack, but your parents didn't. Harry felt the world tilt sideways. They were murdered. Yes, Professor McGonagall said gently. And the magical world placed you with your aunt's family for protection. Your mother's sacrifice created powerful magical protections around you. But those protections were tied to your mother's blood. To family. So the Dursleys knew, Harry said slowly. They knew my parents were magical, and they knew they died because of magic, and they knew I was magical too. Yes. And they were afraid that whoever killed my parents might come looking for me. Among other things, yes. Harry absorbed this in silence, pieces of his childhood suddenly rearranging themselves into patterns that made terrible sense. The fear in Uncle Vernon's voice when neighbours mentioned strange occurrences. Aunt Petunia's white-faced panic whenever Harry's accidental magic manifested too obviously. The locks on his cupboard door, installed not just to keep him contained, but to keep something out. They weren't protecting me, Harry said quietly. They were protecting themselves. From me, or from what I might attract. I believe, Professor McGonagall said carefully, that they convinced themselves they were doing what was necessary for everyone's safety. People often find ways to justify cruelty when they're frightened enough. Harry nodded, feeling something settle into place in his understanding of the world. The Dursleys' treatment of him hadn't been born from simple dislike, or even from prejudice against magic in general. It had been born from terror of a magical world that had already taken Petunia's sister, terror of drawing the attention of forces they couldn't understand or control. It didn't excuse their cruelty. Nothing could excuse 11 years of systematic abuse and neglect. But it explained it in ways that made Harry feel less like a monster and more like a casualty of circumstances beyond anyone's control. The man who killed my parents, Harry said, as Professor McGonagall handed him a steaming mug of tea. Is he the reason you're keeping me hidden? Is he still out there? That, Professor McGonagall said with careful precision, is a very complicated question. But I promise you this. As long as you're with me, as long as we're here in our home, you're safe from anyone who might wish you harm. No one. No dark wizard. No well-meaning authority figure. No one, We'll take you away from this sanctuary we've built." Harry sipped his tea and felt the familiar warmth of home settle around him like a protective cloak. Outside their kitchen window, the Scottish Highlands stretched away toward horizons painted gold by the setting sun. Somewhere beyond those mountains lay a magical world full of wonders he was only beginning to discover, full of communities like Tobermory, where children like Flora McTavish grew up surrounded by love and acceptance, and the casual magic of daily life. And somewhere in that same world, there were forces that had killed his parents and frightened his relatives, and made even the sight of a wizard's photograph enough to trigger panic responses he didn't fully understand. But here, in this cottage that had learned to anticipate his needs, with the witch who had chosen to rescue him from a cupboard and teach him that he was worthy of love and care and patient instruction, here he was safe. Here he could continue to heal and learn and grow into whoever he was meant to become. For now, that was enough. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, as they settled in for the evening with their books and their tea and the comfortable silence of family. "Yes, dear one. Thank you for today, for letting me see that there's a whole world out there, but for making sure I have a safe place to come home to." Minerva McGonagall smiled and reached over to ruffle his perpetually unruly hair. "Thank you, Harry, for being brave enough to venture out and curious enough to ask the hard questions. You're going to love the magical world once you're ready to take your proper place in it." Harry smiled back and opened his book about hidden mountain paths, already planning the adventures they might have when he felt ready for larger expeditions. Of the magical world was vast and strange, and sometimes dangerous, but it was also beautiful and full of people like Flora McTavish who thought knowledge was something to be shared rather than hoarded. He was part of that world now, whether the powerful forces within it knew his location or not. And with Professor McGonagall to guide him and their cottage to shelter him, he was beginning to believe that being part of something larger might not be as terrifying as he had always imagined. It might, in fact, be exactly what he had been searching for his entire life, a place where he truly belonged. Chapter 6. Letters That Never Come. The morning of August 28th dawned crisp and clear over the Scottish Highlands, but Harry Potter woke with a peculiar sense of anticipation that he couldn't quite name. 3 weeks had passed since their excursion to Tobermory, 3 weeks of steady learning and growing confidence, and yet something felt different about this particular day. Perhaps it was the stack of letters that had appeared on Professor McGonagall's desk overnight, official-looking envelopes with ministry stamps and school crests that she had quietly sorted through while preparing their morning tea. Perhaps it was the way she had grown increasingly thoughtful over the past few days, often pausing in their lessons to study his face with an expression that seemed to weigh choices she hadn't yet shared with him. Or perhaps it was simply that Harry had begun to understand, through their explorations of magical society and his growing knowledge of how their world operated, or that children his age were preparing for something significant that he was not part of. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, as they settled into their familiar rhythm of breakfast preparation, "Flora McTavish mentioned that September 1st is when students go to magical school. Hogwarts, she called it." Professor McGonagall paused in her stirring of the porridge, her spoon going still in a way that suggested the question was both expected and unwelcome. "Yes," she said carefully. "September 1st is traditionally when young witches and wizards begin their formal magical education." "And I'm 11 now," Harry continued, the pieces of understanding clicking together in his mind. "Old enough to go to school like that, if things were different." "Harry," Professor McGonagall said gently, by setting down her spoon and turning to face him fully. "Come sit with me. I think it's time we had a conversation I've been putting off." They settled at the kitchen table with their tea, the morning light streaming through windows that the cottage had thoughtfully positioned to catch the best of the sunshine. Harry waited with the patience he had learned over their weeks together. Professor McGonagall never rushed important conversations, but she also never avoided them indefinitely. "You're right," she said finally. "Children your age are indeed preparing for Hogwarts. Letters were sent out in July, acceptances confirmed, supply lists distributed, or young witches and wizards across Britain are buying their first wands and choosing their first owls and dreaming of the adventures ahead of them." Harry felt something twist in his chest, not quite grief, but a recognition of loss for something he had never known he was supposed to want. "And I won't be going." "No," Professor McGonagall said simply. "You won't be going. Not to Hogwarts, not to any formal magical institution. Not while the current political climate persists." "Because of the man who killed my parents," Harry said. It wasn't a question. He had been thinking about their conversation in Tobermory, about the panic he had felt at seeing Dumbledore's photograph, about the careful way Professor McGonagall spoke of powerful people who made choices that harmed the vulnerable. "Partly," Professor McGonagall agreed, "but also because the magical education system is currently controlled by people who see you as a symbol rather than a child, who would make decisions about your life based on what serves their vision of the greater good, rather than what serves your need to heal and grow and discover who you truly are." Harry absorbed this in silence, stirring his tea while he processed the implications. "So I'll never get to learn magic properly? Never get to be part of that world?" Professor McGonagall's smile was soft but fierce. "Oh, my dear boy, you're already learning magic more thoroughly than most Hogwarts graduates ever will. And as for being part of the magical world, you've seen Tobermory, you've met Flora, you've browsed magical bookshops and tasted enchanted ice cream. The magical world is much larger than any single institution, or no matter how prestigious. But I won't have friends my own age," Harry said, voicing the fear that had been growing since their trip to the village. "I won't have doormates or teachers or any of the things that normal magical children have." "You'll have something better," Professor McGonagall said firmly. "You'll have an education tailored specifically to your needs, your interests, your natural talents. You'll learn not just what some curriculum committee decided was appropriate for your age group, but everything you're curious about, everything that calls to your particular gifts." She rose from the table and disappeared upstairs for a moment, returning with a wooden box that Harry had never seen before. It was old, clearly handcrafted, with protective runes carved deep into its surface. "There's something I've been waiting to give you," she said, settling the box carefully between them. "Something that belongs to you, that I've been keeping safe until you were ready to receive it." Harry stared at the box, his heart beginning to race with an anticipation he couldn't name. "What is it?" "Letters," Professor McGonagall said simply. "From your parents, written before they died, left with specific instructions about when they should be given to you." Harry's breath caught. "My parents wrote to me? They suspected they might not survive to see you grow up," Professor McGonagall explained, her voice gentle with old grief. "The war was escalating, the danger growing more serious each day. So they wrote letters for different birthdays, different milestones, different moments when you might need their guidance or simply their love." She opened the box with careful reverence, revealing a collection of envelopes in different handwriting, each marked with specific dates and occasions. Harry saw Harry's first day at Hogwarts in his mother's flowing script, When Harry Asks About the War in his father's bold hand, Harry's 17th birthday in letters that seemed to shimmer with protective enchantments. Professor McGonagall selected 2 envelopes from the collection. "These," she said, "are for your 11th birthday. I thought perhaps today was the right time." Harry reached for the letters with hands that trembled slightly. The paper was cream-coloured and substantial, the kind that spoke of careful thought and deliberate preservation. His mother's letter was sealed with green wax that bore the image of a doe, his father's with red wax stamped with a stag. "Which one first?" Harry asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Your mother's, I think," Professor McGonagall suggested. She always was the more eloquent writer. Harry broke the green seal with careful precision, unfolding the letter to reveal his mother's handwriting, neat, flowing script that seemed to dance across the page with warmth and life. "My dearest Harry, if you are reading this letter on your 11th birthday, then something terrible has happened, and James and I are no longer with you. I hope, I pray, that whoever is caring for you has surrounded you with love and safety, that you have grown up knowing how precious you are, how deeply you were wanted. By now, you will be wondering about magic, about Hogwarts, about your place in our world. You may feel overwhelmed by the possibilities ahead of you, or perhaps frustrated by the limitations others have placed on your choices. Whatever you're feeling, know that it's valid, that your emotions are your own to experience and understand. There are things I need to tell you about our family, about the war that may have claimed our lives, about the choices we made in hopes of keeping you safe. Some of these truths may be difficult to hear, but you deserve to know them. You deserve to make your own informed decisions about your future, rather than having others decide what's best for you based on their own fears or ambitions. First, and most importantly, you are loved. Not because of what you might accomplish or who you might become, but simply because you exist, because you are ours, because you are yourself. That love is not conditional on your magical ability or your school performance, or your willingness to fulfill other people's expectations. It simply is, as constant as the stars, as reliable as the turning of the earth. Second, you have choices. Whatever pressure others may place on you to follow a particular path, to accept particular loyalties, to embrace particular causes, remember that your life is your own. The adults around you may claim to know what's best for you, may insist that their vision of your future is the only acceptable one, but they are wrong. You are the only person qualified to decide what will make you happy, what will allow you to flourish, what will give your life meaning. Third, trust your instincts. What if someone claims to act in your best interests, but their actions make you feel trapped or manipulated or afraid? Trust that feeling. If someone offers you love and safety and asks for nothing in return but your well-being, trust that too. You have inherited your father's intuition and my analytical mind. Use both to navigate the complex world you're entering. I wish I could be there to answer your questions, to hold you when the world seems too large and frightening, to celebrate your victories and comfort your defeats. Since I cannot, I hope that whoever is reading this letter alongside you understands what a precious responsibility they have accepted. You are not just any child, Harry. You are our child, our hope, our greatest love made manifest. Be brave when bravery is needed. Be gentle when gentleness serves. Be curious always. And remember that home is not a place, but a feeling. The feeling of being understood and accepted and cherished exactly as you are. All my love, always and forever. Mum Harry read the letter twice, tears streaming down his face without shame. Professor McGonagall waited in patient silence, her own eyes bright with unshed emotion, as she watched him absorb his mother's words. She knew, Harry said finally, his voice thick with grief and wonder. She knew that people might try to control me, to make decisions about my life without asking what I wanted. Your mother was extraordinarily perceptive, Professor McGonagall confirmed. She could see patterns others missed, could predict how power structures would respond to changing circumstances. It was one of her greatest gifts. Harry wiped his eyes and reached for his father's letter, breaking the red seal with careful reverence. James Potter's handwriting was less refined than his wife's, but it carried an energy and warmth that seemed to leap from the page. Harry, 11 years old. Merlin's beard, I can hardly believe it. When I try to imagine you at 11, I see a boy with your mother's eyes and my unfortunate hair, probably getting into exactly the sort of trouble that drives teachers to distraction. I hope I'm right. I hope you've been allowed to be a normal, reckless, curious child instead of being burdened too early with adult concerns. By now, you've probably realized that our world is more complicated than the fairy tales suggest. The good guys aren't always good, the bad guys aren't always entirely bad, and the people who claim to be acting for the greater good are often the ones most willing to sacrifice individual happiness for abstract principles. I need to tell you something that your mother was too diplomatic to say directly. Be very, very careful of Albus Dumbledore. I know that may sound like heresy. Dumbledore is revered throughout the magical world as the greatest wizard of our age, the defeater of Grindelwald, the champion of light against darkness. And it's true that he has accomplished remarkable things, that he has saved countless lives through his courage and skill. But Dumbledore sees people as pieces on a chessboard, positioned and sacrificed according to strategies that serve his vision of how the war should be won. He has asked me to do things that compromise my principles, or asked your mother to accept risks that no pregnant woman should have to bear, asked our friends to make choices that have destroyed their marriages and their sanity. When we refused to follow certain of his plans, when we insisted on making our own decisions about our family's safety, he became cold, disappointed. He spoke of the greater good as if our individual happiness was a luxury the world couldn't afford. I don't know if Dumbledore will try to influence your life the way he has influenced ours. But if he does, if he speaks of your destiny, your duty, your obligation to fulfill the role others have chosen for you, remember that you have the right to say no. You have the right to choose safety over heroism, happiness over glory, love over duty. Your mother and I have made choices that may cost us our lives. We've done so willingly, because we believe some things are worth dying for. But we've also done so hoping, praying, that you won't have to make the same choices, that you'll be free to live the life you choose, rather than the life others design for you. Be skeptical of anyone who claims you owe them your obedience because of what they've done for you. Be doubly skeptical of anyone who insists that your personal desires are less important than some greater cause. The world is full of people willing to spend other people's lives in service of abstract principles. You are not abstract, Harry. You are specific. You are precious. You are ours. Love and mischief in equal measure. Dad, P.S. If someone tries to tell you that you're just like your father, as if it's a criticism, take it as a compliment. I was pretty fantastic. Harry finished his father's letter and sat in stunned silence, the implications washing over him like cold water. His parents hadn't just died in some random attack. They had died in defiance of someone who claimed to know what was best for them, someone who saw their individual happiness as expendable in pursuit of larger goals. Dumbledore, Harry said, and the name tasted bitter on his tongue. The man in the chocolate frog card. My parents didn't trust him. Your parents had very good reasons for their caution, Professor McGonagall said carefully. Albus Dumbledore is a brilliant man, with genuinely noble intentions, but he has a tendency to see the forest rather than the trees, to focus on large-scale outcomes while losing sight of the individual costs. Is that why you rescued me? Harry asked. Because you thought he would try to control my life the way he tried to control theirs? Professor McGonagall was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing her response. I rescued you, she said finally, because I watched you suffer for 10 years, while Dumbledore insisted it was necessary for your protection. Because I realized that his version of keeping you safe involved systematic abuse that was destroying your spirit and your health. Because I decided that your individual well-being was more important than his strategic vision. So I really am famous, Harry said, pieces of the puzzle clicking together. That's why people were looking for me, why the Dursleys were so afraid, why you have to keep me hidden. You're famous for surviving something that killed your parents, Professor McGonagall confirmed. The magical world sees you as a symbol of hope, of the defeat of evil. But symbols don't get to choose their own lives, don't get to make mistakes, or pursue happiness, or simply be ordinary children when they need to be. Harry looked down at his parents' letters, at the love and wisdom and protective fury written in their own hands. They wanted me to have choices. They did. And you're giving me choices. Real ones. I'm trying to. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing everything he had learned. Then he looked up at Professor McGonagall, with clear, determined eyes. I choose this, he said firmly. I choose staying here with you, learning magic the way you teach it, being part of a family instead of being a symbol. I don't want to go to Hogwarts or meet famous wizards or fulfill anyone's expectations about what I should become. I want to keep learning Transfiguration and reading books and helping you cook dinner and feeling safe when I go to sleep at night. Professor McGonagall's smile was radiant. Then that's exactly what we'll do. We'll build you an education that serves your needs and interests, not some predetermined curriculum. We'll explore the magical world at your pace, in your way, and we'll continue building the family we've started, based on choice and love rather than obligation or destiny. Will you teach me everything Hogwarts would have? Harry asked. All the subjects, all the magic I would have learned there? Everything Hogwarts would have taught you and more, Professor McGonagall promised. Advanced Transfiguration, to potions theory, defensive magic, magical history, arithmancy if you show an aptitude for it, plus subjects Hogwarts neglects, magical lore, healing arts, ward construction, international magical traditions. And I'll still be able to live in the magical world when I'm older? Even without a Hogwarts education? The magical world is vast, Harry. Hogwarts is just one path through it. Not the only path. With the education I can give you, with the skills you're already developing, with your natural gifts, you'll be able to go anywhere, do anything that calls to you. Harry smiled, feeling lighter than he had since learning about the existence of magical schools. Then I'd like to start with Advanced Transfiguration, and maybe some of that defensive magic you mentioned. Excellent choices, Professor McGonagall said, beginning to clear their tea things. But first, one more thing. She reached into the box and withdrew a small wrapped package. This was in with your parents' letters. A birthday gift they wanted you to have when you turned 11. Harry unwrapped the package with careful fingers, revealing a small silver pendant on a delicate chain. The pendant was engraved with intricate designs that seemed to shift and move as he watched. Protective runes, he realized, activated by his touch. A family protection charm, Professor McGonagall explained. Your parents made it together, combining your father's charms work with your mother's rune mastery. It will warn you if anyone tries to track you magically, will shield you from minor hexes, and will always point the way home, no matter how far you travel. Harry fastened the chain around his neck, now feeling the pendant settle against his chest with a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. It felt like coming home, like being embraced by love that had transcended death itself. Professor McGonagall, Harry said, as they prepared to begin his advanced magical education, will you promise me something? Of course, dear one. Promise you'll never leave me unless I ask you to. Promise you won't decide what's best for me without talking to me first. Promise that this family we're building is real, that it's not just temporary until someone else decides they know better. Professor McGonagall knelt beside his chair and took his hands in hers, her expression fierce with protective love. I promise, Harry James Potter, she said solemnly. I will never leave you unless you ask me to. But I will never make major decisions about your life without your input. And this family we're building, this home we've created, is as real and permanent as anything in this world can be. Harry smiled and squeezed her hands. "Then let's start my real education. I want to learn everything." As they settled into what would become their new routine, rigorous magical instruction tailored to Harry's gifts and interests, conversations about complex topics that treated him as an intelligent individual rather than a child to be protected from difficult truths, the kind of education that honored both his remarkable potential and his simple need to be loved and cared for. Harry realized that he had never felt more grateful for the path his life had taken. He might not be getting ready for Hogwarts like other children his age. He might not have dormmates or house competitions or the traditional markers of magical childhood. But he had something better. Parents who had loved him enough to leave guidance for the life they couldn't share. A guardian who had risked everything to give him a real home and the freedom to become whoever he was meant to be without the weight of other people's expectations shaping every choice. For the first time since learning about the magical world, Harry Potter felt truly, completely at peace with his place in it. Chapter 7. The Aura's Questions. The morning of September 15th began like any other in their Scottish sanctuary. Harry was practicing advanced transfiguration in the cottage's expanded schoolroom to successfully transforming a series of wooden blocks into increasingly complex shapes under Professor McGonagall's patient guidance. 5 weeks of intensive magical education had revealed depths to his abilities that continued to astonish them both. Wandless magic came as naturally as breathing to him, and his understanding of theoretical principles far exceeded what should have been possible for someone his age. "Excellent form, Harry," Professor McGonagall said, as he completed a particularly challenging transformation that turned a simple stone into a detailed crystal sculpture. "Your control has improved remarkably since we began these lessons." Harry beamed at the praise, his confidence in magical settings having grown exponentially since those first terrifying days at Privet Drive. He was just preparing to attempt an even more complex transfiguration when the cottage's protection wards suddenly flared to life with an intensity that made both of them freeze. Someone was trying to breach their sanctuary. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said quietly, her voice taking on the sharp edge of command that Harry recognized from their few discussions of serious danger. "Go to your room immediately. Lock the door and don't come out until I call for you specifically, using your full name." "But what if—" "No arguments," she said firmly, already moving toward the front of the cottage with her wand drawn. "This is not a teaching moment. This is real danger, and I need you safe while I deal with it." Harry nodded and ran for the stairs, his heart pounding as he heard the distinctive crack of apparition from somewhere just beyond their property line. He had just reached his bedroom door when a voice called out, deep, authoritative, but somehow not threatening in the way he had expected. "Professor McGonagall, I know you're in there. I'm Senior Aura Kingsley Shacklebolt, and I need to speak with you about Harry Potter." Harry froze on his threshold, one hand on his doorknob. An aura. Magical law enforcement, like the police but for wizards. Professor McGonagall had mentioned them during his education about magical society, but she had always spoken of them with a certain wariness that suggested they were not necessarily allies. From downstairs, he heard Professor McGonagall's voice, carefully controlled, but audibly tense. "How did you find this location?" "Trace magic," Kingsley's voice replied, closer now, as if he had moved onto their property proper. "Took weeks to track, and even then I only found you because you've been using advanced transfiguration spells. Most magic leaves barely a whisper, but transfiguration at your level. That leaves a signature that can be followed by someone who knows what to look for." Harry heard the front door open, followed by the sound of conversation that was too quiet for him to make out individual words. Despite Professor McGonagall's explicit instructions, he found himself creeping to the top of the stairs, drawn by curiosity and a growing need to know what was happening in his own home. "Shocked to find you involved in this. Minerva," Kingsley was saying, as Harry positioned himself where he could listen without being seen. When the reports came in that Harry Potter had vanished from his relative's home, Dumbledore had us searching everywhere. Dark wizards, foreign agents, rogue Death Eaters never thought to look for a Hogwarts professor. "Because you assumed I would never act against Albus's wishes," Professor McGonagall replied, and Harry could hear both sadness and steel in her voice. "Because in 40 years of service, I had never given you reason to think I would put a child's welfare above institutional loyalty." "Dumbledore is beside himself," Kingsley continued, "has half the aura force, combing through every lead, every possible hiding place. But he's convinced that Potter was taken by enemies who want to use him as a weapon or a symbol." "And what do you think, Kingsley?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Now that you're here, now that you can see the truth with your own eyes, what do you think happened to Harry Potter?" There was a long pause. Harry held his breath, straining to hear the aura's response. "I think," Kingsley said slowly, "that I need to see the boy himself before I decide anything." "Harry!" Professor McGonagall called, and there was resignation in her voice. "Harry James Potter, please come downstairs. We have a visitor who needs to meet you." Harry walked down the stairs on unsteady legs, acutely aware that this moment could change everything. The man waiting in their sitting room was tall and imposing, with dark skin and a bearing that spoke of years in dangerous work. His robes were official-looking but not threatening, and his expression was one of careful assessment rather than hostility. "Hello, Harry," Kingsley said gently. "I'm Aura Shacklebolt. I've been looking for you for quite some time." "Hello," Harry replied carefully, moving to stand beside Professor McGonagall with the automatic trust that had developed between them over the past weeks. "Are you here to arrest Professor McGonagall?" Kingsley blinked, clearly not having expected such a direct question. "That depends on what I find here, son. Tell me, are you being held against your will? Has Professor McGonagall done anything to hurt you or frighten you?" Harry felt a flash of indignation on Professor McGonagall's behalf. "She rescued me," he said firmly, "from people who hurt me every day, who locked me in a cupboard and called me a freak and made me think I was worthless. Professor McGonagall gave me a home and taught me that magic is beautiful and made me feel safe for the first time in my life." Something shifted in Kingsley's expression. Surprise, perhaps, or the beginning of understanding. "A cupboard?" "My bedroom was a cupboard under the stairs," Harry said matter-of-factly, "with 7 locks on the outside. I was only allowed out to cook and clean and do chores. I wasn't allowed to ask questions or show interest in anything or make noise or exist in ways that reminded them I was there." Kingsley's face had gone very still. "Harry, are you telling me that your relatives, the Dursleys, were abusing you?" "They weren't abusing me," Harry said, confused by the term. "No, they were just teaching me to behave properly. Teaching me that I was a burden who should be grateful for basic necessities. Teaching me that freakish children who do impossible things deserve whatever happens to them." The silence that followed was so complete that Harry could hear the cottage's timbers settling around them. Kingsley was staring at him with an expression that seemed to be cycling through shock, horror, and growing fury. "Professor McGonagall," Kingsley said finally, his voice very controlled, "I think I need to see your memories of Harry's condition when you found him." "Of course," Professor McGonagall said, moving to a cabinet and withdrawing an ornate basin that Harry recognized as a pensieve from their lessons on memory magic. "I've been documenting everything since the night I brought him home." What followed was the most educational 20 minutes of Harry's young life. He watched, fascinated, as Professor McGonagall drew silvery threads from her temples and deposited them in the basin, creating a swirling surface that reflected memories rather than faces. Kingsley leaned forward to immerse his face in the collected thoughts, and Harry saw the exact moment when the aura's worldview began to crack. Kingsley emerged from the pensieve looking like a man who had seen things that would haunt him for years to come. His dark skin had taken on an ashen undertone, and his hands were shaking slightly as he straightened his robes. "Sweet Merlin," he breathed. How long was he living like that? 10 years, Professor McGonagall said simply. From the night his parents were murdered until the night I finally found the courage to act. And the Ministry knew. Dumbledore knew. I filed reports, Professor McGonagall said, her voice carefully neutral. Monthly reports for 10 years, documenting every injury, every sign of neglect, every indication that the protection Albus claimed was so vital was actually destroying the child it was meant to save. Kingsley turned to look at Harry again, and this time his expression was one of profound apology. "Harry, I need you to understand. The magical world thought you were safe. We thought you were being cared for by family who loved you. If we had known—" "But you didn't check," Harry said, not accusingly, but with genuine curiosity. "In 10 years, no one from the magical government ever came to see how I was doing. But no one ever asked me if I was all right." "No," Kingsley admitted, and the shame in his voice was evident. "No, we didn't. Dumbledore assured us that you were protected, that the blood wards around your relative's home were maintaining themselves, that any official interference might destabilize the protections keeping you safe. So you trusted him," Harry said, "even though he never actually checked either." Kingsley nodded slowly. "We trusted him. He's Albus Dumbledore, defeater of Grindelwald, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. When Albus Dumbledore tells you that something is necessary for the greater good, you don't question it. You don't investigate. You just trust." "And now?" Professor McGonagall asked quietly. Kingsley was quiet for a long moment, or clearly wrestling with implications that extended far beyond this cottage and this conversation. "Now I'm wondering what else I've trusted without question. What other children might be suffering while we tell ourselves that the adults in charge know best." He turned to Harry again, his expression serious but kind. "Harry, can you show me some of the magic you've learned? I'd like to see how you're progressing under Professor McGonagall's instruction." Harry glanced at Professor McGonagall, who nodded encouragingly. Over the next few minutes, he demonstrated the advanced transfiguration techniques he had mastered, the defensive charms that came instinctively to his wandless magic, the theoretical knowledge that allowed him to analyze and modify spell structures in ways that impressed even Kingsley's experienced eye. "Not a remarkable," Kingsley said, when Harry successfully transfigured a teacup into a small bird that flew briefly around the room before transforming back at Harry's gesture. "Your magical education has advanced further in 5 weeks than most Hogwarts students manage in 2 years. Professor McGonagall is an excellent teacher," Harry said loyally, "and she lets me ask questions about everything instead of just memorizing facts from textbooks." Kingsley nodded thoughtfully. "Harry, do you understand who you are in the magical world? Do you know why there's been such an intensive search for you?" Harry looked uncertain. "Professor McGonagall says I'm famous for surviving something that killed my parents, that people see me as a symbol instead of a person." "That's a very accurate summary," Kingsley said, with something like admiration in his voice. "You're known as the boy who lived, Harry. When you were just over a year old, you survived a killing curse from the most dangerous dark wizard in a century. Your survival marked the end of a war that had terrorized the magical world for years." "So people expect things from me," Harry said. "Things I might not want to give." "Exactly." Kingsley's respect for Harry's understanding was evident in his tone. "And there are powerful people who believe they have the right to make decisions about your life based on what they think serves the greater good." Harry nodded. "My father warned me about that in his letter. He said to be careful of people who think my personal happiness is less important than abstract principles." "Your father was a wise man," Kingsley said softly, "and he would be proud of the choices you're making now." The conversation that followed was perhaps the most important of Harry's young life. Kingsley explained the legal complexities of his situation. Technically, Professor McGonagall had committed kidnapping, removing a child from his legal guardians without proper authorization. But those same legal guardians had been systematically abusing that child, while magical authorities failed in their duty of care. The letter of the law says one thing, Kingsley explained, but the spirit of the law, the principle that children deserve protection above all else, says something entirely different. "So what happens now?" Professor McGonagall asked. Kingsley was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing his options and their consequences. "Now I have to decide whether to follow orders or follow my conscience, whether to report back to Dumbledore with your location and Harry's condition, or whether to buy you more time to continue the healing work you've started here." "And which will you choose?" Harry asked directly. Kingsley smiled, and for the first time since his arrival, the expression seemed genuinely warm. "I think, Harry Potter, that my official report will state that despite extensive investigation, your whereabouts remain unknown, that all leads have been exhausted, and that further search efforts will require significant new intelligence." "You're lying to your superiors," Professor McGonagall said, but there was gratitude in her voice, rather than criticism. "I'm prioritizing a child's welfare over institutional politics," Kingsley corrected, "which is what I should have been doing from the beginning." Harry felt something warm and bright bloom in his chest, the recognition that another adult had looked at his situation and chosen to protect his right to safety and happiness over the demands of authority figures. "Thank you," he said simply. "Don't thank me yet," Kingsley said with a rueful smile. "Dumbledore isn't going to stop looking, and when he realizes that official channels aren't finding you, he may turn to less official methods. But you need to be prepared for that possibility." "We are," Professor McGonagall said firmly. "This cottage is protected by magic older than Dumbledore's influence, and Harry is learning to defend himself in ways that don't depend on institutional support or approval." Kingsley nodded approvingly. "Good. Because there are people in the magical world who would use you as a weapon, Harry, and others who would use you as a symbol, and still others who would control you for your own good. But there are also people who believe you have the right to choose your own path, to grow up in safety and love, to become whoever you're meant to be without the weight of other people's expectations." "Which kind of person are you?" Harry asked. "I'm trying very hard to be the second kind," Kingsley said honestly. And Professor McGonagall has reminded me what that actually looks like in practice." As Kingsley prepared to leave, he turned to Harry one final time. "If you ever need help, if your situation here changes, if you feel unsafe, if you just need someone in the official magical world who knows the truth about your circumstances, send word to me. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Senior Auror, Ministry of Magic. I'll come, no matter what my orders say." "Thank you," Harry said again, and this time Kingsley's smile was uncomplicated by official concerns. "Take care of each other," he said, looking between Harry and Professor McGonagall, with obvious respect for what they had built together. "What you have here, this home, this family, this chance for Harry to heal and grow at his own pace, this is precious. Or don't let anyone convince you to sacrifice it for abstract principles or political convenience." After Kingsley disapparated, Harry and Professor McGonagall sat in their kitchen with cups of tea that had gone cold while they processed the implications of the visit. "He believed you," Harry said wonderfully. "He saw the memories of how the Dursleys treated me, and he understood why you did what you did." "More than that," Professor McGonagall said thoughtfully. "He questioned his own assumptions about authority and institutional wisdom. That's not something that happens easily to someone in his position. Are there others like him? Other people in the magical government who might choose conscience over orders if they knew the truth?" "I hope so," Professor McGonagall said. "But we can't count on it. But we have to continue building our life here as if we're entirely on our own. Because in many ways we are." Harry nodded, understanding the weight of their isolation, but not feeling burdened by it. That's all right. We have each other, and we have this home, and we have the truth. That's more than most people have." Professor McGonagall smiled and reached across the table to squeeze his hand. "When did you become so wise, dear one?" "When I found a teacher who encouraged me to think for myself instead of just accepting what authority figures told me," Harry said simply. As they settled in for the evening, Harry with his advanced Transfiguration textbooks, and Professor McGonagall with a stack of magical law journals that would help her understand the legal landscape they were navigating, both of them felt a renewed sense of purpose in what they were building together. They had an ally now, someone in the official magical world who understood the truth of Harry's situation and had chosen to protect it. But more importantly, they had validation that their choices were not only legally defensible but morally necessary. Harry Potter was not just a symbol or a weapon or a political asset. He was a child who deserved safety and love and the chance to grow into whoever he was meant to become. And for the first time since his rescue, that future seemed not just possible but protected. Chapter 8. The Headmaster's Wrath. The cottage's ancient wards screamed. Harry had never heard anything like it, a sound that bypassed his ears entirely and struck directly at something deeper, more primal. Every protective enchantment that had made their home a sanctuary was under assault, layers of magic older than Hogwarts itself being systematically unraveled by a force of will so overwhelming that the very stones of the cottage seemed to cry out in protest. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said with deadly calm, rising from their evening tea with her wand already in her hand. "Go to the warded room. Now, do not come out, do not listen at the door, do not attempt to help no matter what you hear. Do you understand me?" Harry had never seen her look like this. Not angry, but something far more dangerous. She looked like a general preparing for a battle she had always known would come, one she had spent years planning for, but hoped never to fight. "Professor McGonagall, now, Harry!" The cottage shuddered around them, and Harry felt something cold and terrible settle in his stomach as he recognized the magical signature pressing against their defenses. He had felt it only once before, the night he had seen that photograph in Tobermory, but it was unmistakable. Ancient power wielded with absolute certainty, the magic of someone who had never learned to question his own righteousness. Albus Dumbledore had found them. Harry ran for the specially warded room that Professor McGonagall had created after Kingsley's visit, a sanctuary within their sanctuary, protected by magic specifically designed to hide him from even the most powerful detection spells. But as he reached the doorway, the cottage's front door simply vanished, unraveled into constituent atoms by magic so casual and overwhelming that it left no trace of resistance. "Minerva." The single word carried such cold fury that Harry felt it like a physical blow. He pressed himself against the doorframe, unable to obey Professor McGonagall's instructions while she faced this alone. Albus Dumbledore stepped through the space where their door had been, and Harry's first thought was that photographs had not captured the true magnitude of his presence. He was tall and imposing despite his age, wrapped in robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and his famous blue eyes held none of the grandfatherly twinkle that magical children learn to expect from their storybooks. This was not a kindly headmaster or a beloved mentor. This was a wizard who commanded armies, who made decisions that determined the fate of nations, who had grown so accustomed to obedience that defiance struck him as a personal affront to the natural order. Albus. Professor McGonagall's voice was steady, but Harry could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her wand hand remained perfectly still, while magic built around her like pressure before a storm. "You're trespassing." "I am collecting what belongs under my protection," Dumbledore replied, his gaze sweeping the cottage's main room with obvious disapproval. "A child who was placed in my care, stolen by someone I trusted above all others." "Harry was never yours to place," Professor McGonagall said with quiet steel. "He is not a chess piece to be positioned according to your strategic vision. He is a child who was suffering, who needed rescue, who deserved better than the systematic neglect you called protection." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but Harry felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. "You have interfered with protections that took me months to establish, Minerva. The blood wards anchored at Privet Drive were the only thing standing between Harry and forces that would use him as a weapon against everything we hold dear." "The blood wards," Professor McGonagall said with contempt that Harry had never heard from her before, "were a convenient fiction that allowed you to abandon a traumatized child with relatives who despised everything he represented. Tell me, Albus, in 10 years, how many times did you personally verify Harry's well-being? How many conversations did you have with him? How many nights did you lie awake wondering if the protection you claimed was so vital was worth the cost it extracted from an innocent child?" "The boy's comfort," Dumbledore said, with the patience of someone explaining obvious truths to a slow student, "is less important than his survival. Less important than ensuring he develops the character necessary to face the challenges ahead of him. Hardship builds strength, Minerva. Adversity creates heroes." Harry felt something crack open in his chest. Not magic, but understanding. This was what his father had warned him about in that letter, what Professor McGonagall had tried to prepare him for without frightening him unnecessarily. This was the voice of someone who saw people as means to ends, who had convinced himself that cruelty in service of abstract principles was not only acceptable but noble. "Character," Professor McGonagall repeated, and her voice had taken on a tone that Harry associated with her most dangerous lessons. "You call systematic abuse character building. You call deliberate neglect preparation for leadership. Tell me, Albus, what character traits were you hoping to develop when you left Harry with relatives who locked him in a cupboard? What heroic qualities were you fostering when you ignored 10 years of reports documenting his mistreatment?" "I expected you to understand the necessities of war," Dumbledore said, and for the first time his composure showed cracks. "I expected my most trusted lieutenant to see beyond individual suffering to the larger picture, to the greater good that required temporary sacrifice." "Temporary?" Professor McGonagall's laugh was sharp enough to cut glass. "Harry spent more than half his life in that house, Albus. What part of 10 years of abuse constituted temporary in your strategic calculations?" Dumbledore raised his wand, not threateningly, but with the casual authority of someone who expected instant compliance. "Enough. You will step aside, Minerva, and allow me to return Harry to his proper guardians. The protections around the Dursley home can be rebuilt, the damage to the greater plan can be repaired, but only if you cease this misguided rebellion immediately." "No." The word rang through the cottage like a bell, and Harry saw Dumbledore's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Clearly, the open defiance from Minerva McGonagall was not something he had anticipated. "I will not allow you to return that child to people who treated him like a house elf. I will not stand by while you sacrifice his well-being for your vision of how the war should be fought, and I will not pretend that your greater good is worth the individual hell you created for Harry Potter." Dumbledore's expression hardened into something that was no longer even pretending to be grandfatherly. "Then you force me to methods I would prefer to avoid." He raised his wand toward Professor McGonagall, and Harry saw her stiffen in recognition of whatever spell was building at its tip. But before Dumbledore could complete the incantation, something extraordinary happened. The cottage itself rose up in Harry's defense. Not metaphorically, but literally. Every piece of wood and stone that had been enchanted to recognize Harry as family, every protective ward that had learned to respond to his needs, every scrap of magic that had been woven into the building's foundation roared to life, with a fury that made Dumbledore's power seem suddenly small and provincial. The headmaster's spell shattered against a barrier of magical force so overwhelming that it sent him stumbling backward, his famous composure finally cracking as he found himself facing opposition he hadn't expected and couldn't immediately overcome. "Harry," he said, and his voice carried a tone of command that had bent the wills of ministers and kings. "Come here, child. Come to me now." Harry stepped out from his hiding place, but not toward Dumbledore. Instead, he moved to stand beside Professor McGonagall, or close enough that their combined magical signatures began to resonate in harmonious protection. "Why?" Harry asked, and his voice was steady despite the fear coursing through him. "Why do you want me to go back to people who hurt me? Why is my suffering so important to your plans?" Dumbledore studied Harry with those famous blue eyes, and Harry saw the moment when the headmaster's assessment shifted from seeing a wayward child to recognizing a potential obstacle. "You do not understand the forces arrayed against you, Harry," Dumbledore said, with the patience of someone explaining complex concepts to a slow student. "The protection your mother's sacrifice created can only be maintained through blood, through family, through the bonds that tie you to your aunt, regardless of her personal failings. Without those protections, I'm still safer here than I ever was at Privet Drive," Harry interrupted, and he saw surprise flicker across Dumbledore's features at being challenged by an 11-year-old child. "Professor McGonagall has taught me to defend myself, to understand magic, to recognize when adults are lying to me about what's best for my own good." "Has she indeed?" Dumbledore said softly, and there was something in his tone that made Professor McGonagall's grip tighten on her wand. "And what lies do you think I'm telling you, Harry?" "That my suffering was necessary," Harry said simply. "That being treated like a slave and locked in a cupboard somehow made me stronger or better prepared for whatever's coming. That your protection was worth 10 years of thinking I was worthless and unwanted and freakish. You survived," Dumbledore pointed out. "You lived to stand here today, despite the dangers that would have claimed you elsewhere. Surely that proves the wisdom of the choices I made on your behalf." "I survived," Harry agreed. "But I didn't live. Not until Professor McGonagall brought me here and showed me what it feels like to be cared for instead of endured. Not until someone treated me like a person instead of a symbol or a weapon or a chess piece in someone else's game." Dumbledore's expression grew colder with each word. "You are Harry Potter," he said, with the authority of someone pronouncing eternal truth. "The boy who lived. Your personal desires, your individual comfort, your childish need for affection, these are luxuries the magical world cannot afford to indulge. You have responsibilities, boy, destiny, a role to play in the war that is coming whether you wish it or not." "No," Harry said, and his refusal rang with power that made the cottage's walls hum in harmony. "I have choices. My parents told me I have choices. Professor McGonagall has shown me I have choices, and I choose not to be your weapon." The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the subtle sound of magic building to dangerous levels as two of the most powerful wizards in Britain prepared to settle their dispute through force. Then Dumbledore smiled, and it was perhaps the most terrifying expression Harry had ever seen. "I see," he said, with the mild tone of someone making academic observations. "Minerva, you have poisoned this child's mind against his duty, filled his head with notions of choice and personal agency that will make him useless for the trials ahead. But that can be remedied. Memory charms are subtle when properly applied, and children are remarkably adaptable when properly motivated. You will not touch him," Professor McGonagall said, and her voice carried such absolute conviction that even Dumbledore paused. "Then you will return him to his proper guardians immediately, or I will have you arrested for kidnapping, child endangerment, and treason against the magical government of Britain. The Aurors who come for you will not be as easily misdirected as young Kingsley, and Harry will be returned to the Dursleys regardless of the trauma such a forcible separation might cause." "You would do that," Professor McGonagall said with something like wonder. "You would traumatize him further, destroy the healing work of these past weeks, undo all the progress he's made, just to maintain your control over his life. I would do whatever is necessary to ensure Harry Potter fulfills his destiny, Dumbledore said simply, as I have done for 11 years, as I will continue to do for however long the war demands. It was the honesty that broke something inside Harry, not cruelty disguised as kindness, not manipulation wrapped in grandfatherly concern, but simple, straightforward admission that his individual well-being meant less than nothing compared to Dumbledore's vision of necessary outcomes. "Get out," Harry said, and his words carried such power that the cottage's ancient timbers groaned in response. "Get out of our home, get out of our lives, and don't come back." Dumbledore raised his wand again, but this time the magic building around it was not subtle or controlled. This was the power that had defeated Grindelwald, the force of will that had shaped the magical world for half a century, directed with lethal intent at an 11-year-old boy who had dared to defy his authority. The spell never reached its target. Harry's magic rose to meet Dumbledore's assault with a fury that transformed the cottage's main room into something that resembled a battlefield more than a home. Protective enchantments that had slumbered peacefully for decades roared to life, or the building's stones themselves, remembering older magics from times when wizards fought with raw power rather than subtle technique. When the magical storm finally cleared, Dumbledore was standing in a space that no longer resembled the cozy sanctuary Harry had grown to love. Furniture lay scattered and broken. Windows had been blown out entirely, and scorch marks on the walls showed where competing spells had struck with devastating force. But Harry was unhurt, protected by magic that had responded to his need without conscious direction or training, and Professor McGonagall stood beside him, her wand steady and her expression showing no trace of surrender. "Impressive," Dumbledore said, and his tone suggested genuine surprise. "Your power is developing far more quickly than I had anticipated, Harry. Perhaps the harsh conditions at Privet Drive did serve their purpose after all." "Leave," Professor McGonagall said quietly. "Now, Albus, before this escalates beyond what either of us can control." Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment, his famous mind clearly calculating odds and possibilities and potential strategies. "This isn't over, Minerva," he said finally. "Harry Potter belongs to the magical world, not to your misguided notions of individual choice and personal happiness. He has a destiny to fulfill, a war to fight, a sacrifice to make when the time comes. And I will see that he fulfills that destiny, regardless of your interference or his childish reluctance." He turned to go, then paused at the threshold. "You cannot hide him forever," he said, without turning around. "And when the time comes for him to face his true purpose, your coddling will have made him weak, unprepared, unable to do what must be done. His death will be on your conscience, Minerva. His failure will be your legacy." Then he was gone, vanished into the Scottish night with the casual authority of someone who had never learned to doubt his own righteousness. In the aftermath of his departure, Harry and Professor McGonagall stood surrounded by the wreckage of their peaceful home, breathing hard and trying to process what had just occurred. "Are you hurt?" Professor McGonagall asked, her hands gentle as she checked Harry for injuries. "I'm all right," Harry said, though his voice shook slightly. But he meant it, didn't he? And everything he said about sacrifice and destiny and my death being necessary for his greater good. "Yes," Professor McGonagall said softly. "He meant it. Albus Dumbledore genuinely believes that your individual happiness is less important than his vision of how the war should be won." Harry looked around at the destruction, their cozy sitting room reduced to splinters and ash, their sanctuary violated by someone who saw his safety as an inconvenience to be managed rather than a goal to be protected. "What do we do now?" he asked. Professor McGonagall surveyed the damage with the practical eye of someone who had faced adversity before and survived it. Already, Harry could see her mental wheels turning, calculating what could be repaired and what would need to be rebuilt entirely. Now, she said with quiet determination, as we make this home stronger than before. We build defenses that even Albus Dumbledore cannot breach. We continue your education and your healing, and we prepare for the possibility that he will try again. And if he comes back? Professor McGonagall's smile was sharp as winter starlight. Then we show him exactly what happens when someone threatens our family. You are not his weapon, Harry. You are not his symbol or his chess piece or his sacrifice. You are my child in every way that matters, and I will defend you against anyone who tries to use you for purposes you haven't chosen. Harry nodded, feeling something settle into place inside him. Not just magic, but understanding of what this confrontation had truly been about. Not just control over his living situation or his education, but the fundamental question of whether he was a person with rights or a symbol to be manipulated for other people's purposes. He won't give up, Harry said. Not a question, but a statement of fact. No, Professor McGonagall agreed. He won't. But neither will we. As they began the work of repairing their damaged home, Harry realized that something had fundamentally changed in the past hour. The cottage might be broken, their sense of perfect safety might be shattered, but their bond as a chosen family had been tested under the most extreme circumstances possible and had emerged unbreakable. Albus Dumbledore had revealed his true nature tonight. Not a grandfatherly figure or a wise mentor, but someone willing to sacrifice individuals for abstract principles, someone who saw Harry's suffering as acceptable collateral damage in his larger war. But Harry had also revealed something about himself, power enough to stand against one of the most dangerous wizards alive, courage enough to refuse demands backed by absolute authority, and the wisdom to choose love over duty when the two came into conflict. The war between individual choice and institutional control had been officially declared, and Harry Potter, for the first time in his life, knew exactly which side he was fighting for. Chapter 9. Allies in Unexpected Places. The Morning Owl Post arrived at their rebuilt cottage with an unprecedented volume that made Harry wonder if every magical household in Britain had decided to write to them simultaneously. 36 owls wheeled through the crisp October air, their wings catching the early sunlight as they descended toward the cottage's expanded owl perch, with letters, packages, and official-looking documents clutched in their talons. Word travels fast in the magical world, Professor McGonagall observed with dry humour as she surveyed the assembled birds. It appears that your confrontation with Albus has attracted considerable attention. Harry helped her sort through the correspondence, marvelling at the variety of magical stationery and the diversity of magical signatures that seemed to emanate from each letter. Some bore official ministry seals, others carried the distinctive weight of old magical families, and still others seemed to pulse with the warm, domestic magic of ordinary households. The first letter they opened came written on heavy parchment that smelled of lavender and iron will, sealed with a crest that bore the image of a fierce-looking eagle. Professor McGonagall and Mr. Potter, I am Augusta Longbottom, and I am writing to express my complete support for the actions you have taken to protect Harry from the systematic negligence that has masqueraded as protection for far too long. As someone who has spent the past decade watching Albus Dumbledore make increasingly questionable decisions in the name of the greater good, I want you to know that there are those of us in the magical community who have never been comfortable with his methods, particularly regarding the treatment of children who cannot advocate for themselves. I have grandchildren, Professor McGonagall. I understand the fierce protectiveness that drives a caregiver to act when institutions fail. What you have done required tremendous courage, and history will vindicate your choice even if current political winds blow against you. Should you require sanctuary beyond what your current location can provide, I want you to know that Longbottom House stands ready to offer protection to both of you. Our family's wards are among the oldest in magical Britain, and we have successfully defended against much more persistent threats than one misguided headmaster. Additionally, I am enclosing a letter from my grandson, Neville, who has expressed a desire to correspond with Harry. The boy has been asking increasingly pointed questions about why some magical children are denied the choice of where they receive their education. And I believe your example has been an inspiration to those of us who value individual welfare over institutional convenience. With highest regards and unwavering support, Augusta Longbottom, Dowager Lady of the Noble House of Longbottom. Harry stared at the letter, processing the implications of formal support from someone who signed herself with titles that suggested significant political influence. "She's offering a sanctuary," he said wonderingly. "Someone I've never met is willing to protect us from Dumbledore." "Augusta Longbottom is not someone who makes offers lightly," Professor McGonagall said with obvious respect. "She's one of the most formidable witches in magical Britain, and her family has been opposing authoritarian overreach for centuries. If she's willing to publicly support our position, it suggests that Albus's behavior has offended people far beyond our immediate circle." Harry opened the enclosed letter from Neville Longbottom, written in careful handwriting that spoke of someone who took written communication seriously. "Dear Harry, my grandmother told me that you chose not to go to Hogwarts this year because you wanted to learn with someone who would treat you as a person rather than a symbol. I think that's the bravest thing I've ever heard of. I was supposed to start Hogwarts in September too, but when my grandmother learned about your situation, she decided that maybe the traditional magical education system isn't as wonderful as everyone pretends it is. She's been teaching me at home instead, and I have to say that learning magic without the pressure of competing with other students or fitting into predetermined categories has been much better than I expected. My grandmother says that you've been living with relatives who didn't understand magic and didn't treat you kindly. I'm sorry that happened to you. I've been lucky enough to grow up surrounded by people who love magic and who love me. But I know that not everyone has that advantage. I hope that someday we can meet in person and be friends. It would be nice to talk to someone my own age who understands that being magical doesn't mean you have to accept whatever adults decide is best for you. Your friend, if you'd like. Neville Longbottom P.S. My grandmother enclosed some chocolate frogs that don't have Dumbledore's picture in them. She thought you might prefer those. Harry smiled at the postscript, remembering his panic in the Tobermory sweet shop. He seems nice, he said, handing the letter to Professor McGonagall to read. And his grandmother sounds like she really understands what we're trying to accomplish here. The next letter bore the official seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, written in the precise handwriting of someone accustomed to legal documentation. Professor McGonagall, I am writing in my capacity as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to request a formal interview regarding the circumstances surrounding Harry Potter's removal from his designated guardians. Please understand that this request comes not from any desire to challenge your actions, but from a growing concern that the magical justice system has failed in its duty to protect vulnerable children. Recent revelations about Mr. Potter's treatment have raised serious questions about our oversight procedures and the influence of certain individuals over ministry policy. I have reviewed Senior Aura Shacklebolt's reports regarding his investigation, and I find myself deeply troubled by what appears to be systematic negligence on the part of both ministry officials and certain prominent figures who claimed to be acting in Mr. Potter's best interests. If you would be willing to meet with me at a location of your choosing, I would very much appreciate the opportunity to hear your perspective on these events and to explore what legal protections might be available to ensure Mr. Potter's continued safety and well-being. I should note that this investigation is being conducted independently of any other ongoing inquiries, and that Mr. Potter's location and current circumstances will remain confidential, regardless of the outcome of our conversation. With respect and concern, Amelia Bones, Head, Department of Magical Law Enforcement Professor McGonagall, read this letter twice before setting it down with careful precision. "Amelia Bones is requesting an official interview," she said thoughtfully. "Not demanding, not threatening, requesting. And she's specifically promising confidentiality and independence from other investigations." "Is that good or bad?" Harry asked. "It's promising," Professor McGonagall said slowly. "Amelia Bones has a reputation for integrity and independence. But if she's questioning the Ministry's handling of your case, it suggests that our position may have more legal support than Albus would prefer." They continued opening letters throughout the morning, and with each one, Harry's understanding of his situation grew more complex. Former Hogwarts colleagues wrote to express their support for Professor McGonagall's choice, many admitting that they had questioned Harry's placement with the Dursleys, but had never felt empowered to challenge Dumbledore's authority. International magical communities offered assistance, sanctuary, and expressions of solidarity from magical families who had similarly chosen non-traditional paths for their children's education. Most surprising of all were the letters from ordinary magical families, people Harry had never heard of, who had no political influence or social prominence, but who had been following his story through the magical community's informal networks and wanted him to know that they supported his right to choose safety over duty, healing over heroism. "People are talking about us," Harry said with wonder, as he read a letter from a magical family in Wales who had enclosed homemade fudge and a collection of books about defensive magic. "All across magical Britain, people are discussing whether children should have the right to choose their own guardians, their own education, their own futures." "You've become a symbol, after all," Professor McGonagall said with gentle irony. "But this time, you're a symbol of choice rather than sacrifice, or of individual rights rather than institutional duty." Their conversation was interrupted by a sound Harry had never heard before, a sharp crack that indicated magical apparition, but lighter and somehow more desperate than the measured arrival of adult wizards. A house elf materialized in their kitchen, immediately falling to his knees in the exaggerated posture of submission that Harry had read about but never witnessed. The creature was small, with enormous green eyes and ears that drooped with exhaustion, wearing what appeared to be a stained and patched tea towel. "Harry Potter, sir," the elf squeaked, his voice high and trembling with emotion. "Dobby has been searching for Harry Potter for weeks and weeks. Dobby has been so worried about the great Harry Potter." Harry knelt beside the elf, as instinctively understanding that the formal hierarchy the creature expected was not something he wanted to maintain. "Hello, Dobby. I'm Harry. Are you all right? You look exhausted." Dobby's enormous eyes filled with tears at this simple kindness. "Harry Potter is asking if Dobby is all right. Harry Potter is kind to house elves. Oh, Dobby knew that Harry Potter was great and good, but Dobby never dared hope." "Dobby," Professor McGonagall interrupted gently, settling beside them with tea that appeared without her having to summon it. "Drink this, and then tell us what's brought you here. You're safe with us, but you're clearly distressed about something." Dobby accepted the tea with shaking hands, sipping it while his enormous ears gradually stopped drooping with exhaustion. "Dobby has been trying to help Harry Potter for years and years," he said finally. "Dobby works for a family, a terrible family that hates Harry Potter and all good things, and Dobby has been hearing them talk about Harry Potter, making plans about what to do when Harry Potter comes to Hogwarts." Harry exchanged glances with Professor McGonagall. "What kind of plans, Dobby?" "Bad plans, sir. Plans to hurt Harry Potter, to make Harry Potter suffer, to use Harry Potter for dark magic." Dobby's voice rose to a squeak of distress. "Dobby tried to stop them, tried to warn Harry Potter. But Dobby is bound by magic to serve his family and cannot directly disobey." "But now Harry isn't going to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said carefully. "So those plans can't proceed as originally intended." "No, miss." Dobby shook his head vigorously. "But the bad family is very angry that Harry Potter is not where he is supposed to be. They have been sending letters to the old headmaster, telling him where Harry Potter is hiding, offering to help find Harry Potter and bring him back. Harry felt ice settle in his stomach. "They know where we are." "The bad family knows many things," Dobby said miserably. "They have magic for finding, magic for watching, magic for listening. They told the old headmaster about the cottage in the mountains, about the kind professor who teaches Harry Potter, about how Harry Potter has grown strong and happy." Professor McGonagall's expression had grown very still. "Dobby, are you saying that this family has been providing surveillance intelligence to Dumbledore about our location and activities?" "Yes, miss, for weeks and weeks. And now they are planning something new, something worse, because the old headmaster is angry that Harry Potter will not come quietly." Harry's hands clenched into fists. "What kind of something worse?" Dobby looked around their kitchen, as if afraid that hostile ears might be listening even here. "The bad family serves a master who is not gone, only sleeping. And they think that if Harry Potter cannot be controlled by the old headmaster, perhaps Harry Potter can be taken by their sleeping master instead." The silence that followed was absolute. Harry didn't understand all the implications of what Dobby was saying, but he could see from Professor McGonagall's expression that the house elf's words carried significance that went far beyond simple political maneuvering. "Dobby," Professor McGonagall said very carefully, "when you say sleeping master, are you referring to the dark wizard who killed Harry's parents?" "Dobby cannot say the name," the elf squeaked, covering his ears with his hands. "But yes, miss, the dark master who tried to kill Harry Potter when Harry Potter was just a baby. The bad family thinks that the Dark Master will return someday, and they want to be ready to give Harry Potter to him as a present." Harry felt the world tilt sideways around him. "He's not dead. The wizard who murdered my parents is still alive?" "Most people believe he is gone forever," Professor McGonagall said carefully. "But there are those who think he might find a way to return. And if that's true, then certain families who served him before would want to ensure they could prove their loyalty when the time comes." "By handing me over to him," Harry said, with understanding that felt like ice water in his veins. "By handing you over to him," Professor McGonagall confirmed. "Which means that our situation has become significantly more dangerous than I had anticipated." Dobby looked between them with growing distress. "Dobby is sorry to bring bad news to kind Harry Potter and kind Professor, but Dobby could not let Harry Potter be hurt by bad families and sleeping masters and old headmasters who think they know best." "You did exactly the right thing," Harry said firmly, reaching out to pat Dobby's shoulder in a gesture that made the elf's eyes fill with fresh tears. "Thank you for warning us. Thank you for trying to protect me all these years, even when your own family made it dangerous for you." "Harry Potter is thanking Dobby," the elf whispered wonderingly. "No wizard has ever thanked Dobby for anything." Professor McGonagall was already moving with the decisive efficiency that Harry associated with crisis management. "We need to strengthen our defenses immediately," she said, beginning to pace the kitchen while her mind calculated possibilities and contingencies. "If hostile forces are providing intelligence to both Dumbledore and potentially worse enemies, then our current protections may not be adequate." "What can we do?" Harry asked. "We prepare," Professor McGonagall said simply. "We reach out to the allies we've just discovered. We learn everything we can about advanced defensive magic, and we make it clear to everyone involved that removing you from this sanctuary will require them to go through me first." Harry looked around their kitchen, at the letters from supporters across magical Britain, at Dobby's earnest face, at Professor McGonagall's fierce determination, and realized that despite the growing danger, he felt more hopeful than afraid. "We're not alone," he said with wonder. "No," Professor McGonagall agreed. "We're not alone, and that makes us much stronger than Albus or his allies anticipated." As they spent the rest of the day responding to letters, planning improved defenses, and beginning Harry's education in advanced protective magic, Harry realized that the confrontation with Dumbledore had accomplished something the headmaster hadn't intended. It had revealed to the magical community that there were people who questioned institutional authority, who valued individual choice over abstract duty, who believed that children deserved protection rather than sacrifice. And those people were willing to stand with a boy who had chosen love over destiny, safety over heroism, family over fame. For the first time since learning about the magical world, Harry Potter felt like he truly belonged somewhere, not because of what he had survived, but because of what he had chosen. Chapter 10. The Minister's Dilemma. The official delegation from the Ministry of Magic arrived at precisely 10 o'clock on the morning of October 29th, their formal robes and polished badges creating a stark contrast to the comfortable informality of the cottage's autumn morning. Now Minister Cornelius Fudge led the procession, his lime-green bowler hat slightly askew, as if he had spent the journey adjusting it nervously. Behind him walked a woman with a distinctively toad-like appearance, her pink cardigan and black velvet bow suggesting someone who had confused authority with fashion. The small squadron of aurors bringing up the rear moved with the professional alertness of law enforcement officers, though their expressions suggested they were as uncertain about their mission as their superiors appeared to be. "Professor McGonagall," Fudge said, with the careful neutrality of a politician addressing a situation he would prefer not to be handling. "I am Minister Cornelius Fudge, and this is Senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge. We're here to conduct an official investigation into the circumstances surrounding Harry Potter's relocation." Harry stood beside Professor McGonagall on the cottage's front step, wearing the simple but well-made robes that had appeared in his wardrobe as his magical education progressed. 10 weeks of proper nutrition and genuine care had transformed him from the undernourished waif who had cowered in a cupboard to a boy who could meet a minister's gaze without flinching. His posture was straight, his expression calm, and when he spoke, his voice carried the quiet confidence of someone who had learned that his opinions were valued and his choices respected. "Minister Fudge," Harry said, with the courteous acknowledgement that Professor McGonagall had taught him was appropriate for official encounters. "I'm Harry Potter, but I understand you have questions about my living situation." Fudge blinked, clearly not having expected such direct engagement from an 11-year-old boy. "Yes. Well, naturally, we need to ensure that proper procedures have been followed, that all legal requirements have been met." "By all means," Professor McGonagall said with crisp efficiency. "Please come inside. I have extensive documentation prepared for your review." The cottage's main room had been arranged for the meeting, with the same attention to detail that Professor McGonagall brought to her most challenging lessons. A large table displayed carefully organized files, medical reports, photographs, and witness statements. Memory vials glittered in neat rows, each labeled with dates and circumstances. The most prominently displayed was a thick folder marked Dursley Household Surveillance Reports, 1981 to 1991, its contents representing 10 years of meticulously documented evidence. Umbridge surveyed the arrangements with obvious disapproval. "Professor McGonagall, I trust you understand that removing a child from his legal guardians without proper authorization constitutes kidnapping under magical law. The Ministry cannot simply overlook such actions, regardless of your motivations." "Indeed," Professor McGonagall replied mildly. "Which is why I've prepared comprehensive documentation demonstrating that the child in question was suffering systematic abuse, that multiple reports of this abuse were filed with appropriate authorities and ignored, and that immediate intervention was necessary to prevent further harm." She gestured to the first set of files. "Medical examinations from the night I brought Harry here, showing evidence of malnutrition, untreated injuries, and psychological trauma consistent with long-term abuse. Photographs of his living conditions, including the cupboard that served as his bedroom and the multiple locks installed to keep him confined. Witness statements from neighbors who observed concerning incidents, but were told by authorities that no investigation was necessary." Harry watched Fudge's expression grow increasingly uncomfortable as Professor McGonagall systematically presented evidence that painted a picture of institutional failure extending from Privet Drive to the highest levels of magical government. Most significantly, Professor McGonagall continued, I have copies of every report I filed with the Hogwarts administration over the past decade, documenting Harry's condition and requesting intervention. I also have documentation of the responses to those reports, which consisted entirely of instructions to continue monitoring without taking action. Umbridge leaned forward with the eager expression of someone who thought she had found a weakness in the opposition's position. But, Professor McGonagall, surely you understand that Albus Dumbledore's protective arrangements were designed to keep Harry Potter safe from far greater dangers than domestic inconvenience. The blood wards created by his mother's sacrifice were unnecessary, Professor McGonagall interrupted with quiet authority. As demonstrated by Harry's continued health and safety during the past 10 weeks of residence here, protected by wards that have proven effective against even Albus Dumbledore's attempts at forced entry. The silence that followed was profound. Fudge's expression shifted from discomfort to something approaching alarm as the implications of Professor McGonagall's statement sank in. Are you saying, he asked carefully, that Albus Dumbledore has attempted to forcibly remove Harry from your care? I'm saying that the cottage's protective wards recorded an assault by someone wielding the Elder Wand approximately 3 weeks ago, an assault that was repelled only through the combined magical defenses that Harry and I have established here. Harry stepped forward, deciding that this was a moment when his own voice needed to be heard rather than simply represented by others. Minister Fudge, he said, with the directness that he had learned was often more effective than diplomatic circumlocution. May I ask you a question? Fudge nodded, though his expression suggested he was bracing himself for something difficult. Why is my suffering considered more important than my safety? The question hung in the air like a challenge that no amount of political maneuvering could deflect. Harry continued with the relentless logic that had emerged from months of patient education and careful thought. For 10 years, I lived with relatives who told me I was worthless, who locked me in a cupboard, who denied me food and education and basic human kindness. Multiple people reported this abuse to authorities, but nothing was done because someone decided that my suffering served a greater purpose. He gestured around the cottage's comfortable main room, where evidence of genuine care and educational progress was visible in every carefully arranged detail. Here, I'm learning advanced magic, reading literature, studying history and mathematics, and everything else that was denied to me before. I'm healthy and happy and safe. I have someone who treats me as a person rather than a symbol or a weapon or a chess piece in someone else's game. Harry looked directly at Fudge, his green eyes steady and uncompromising. So I'm asking you, as the leader of Magical Britain's government, to explain to me why my previous suffering was more valuable than my current well-being. The silence that followed was broken only by the soft crackling of the cottage's fireplace. Fudge opened and closed his mouth several times, clearly struggling to find words that could justify policies he was beginning to realize were fundamentally unjustifiable. Umbridge, however, had no such qualms. Mr. Potter, you're 11 years old. You cannot possibly understand the complex political and magical factors that require. The cottage's wards flared to life with such sudden intensity that every person in the room felt their magic respond in startled recognition. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with protective energy, and the temperature dropped several degrees as ancient enchantments awakened to defend their adopted family member. I think, Professor McGonagall said with dangerous calm, that the cottage itself disagrees with your assessment, Madam Undersecretary. Umbridge looked around nervously as books rearranged themselves on their shelves, as the fireplace fire burned brighter, as every piece of magical furniture in the room subtly shifted position to create a protective barrier around Harry and Professor McGonagall. The Cottage recognizes Harry as family, Professor McGonagall explained to the increasingly uncomfortable delegation. Its defenses respond to threats against his well-being, whether those threats are physical, magical, or political. At that moment, the Cottage's front door opened to admit Amelia Bones, who entered with the brisk efficiency of someone who had timed her arrival to maximum strategic effect. "Minister," she said with professional courtesy that carried undertones of serious displeasure. "I apologize for my tardiness, but I was reviewing the legal precedents relevant to this case." She set a thick briefcase on the table and began extracting official documents with the precision of someone who had spent considerable time preparing for this confrontation. "After extensive research, I can confirm that magical law is quite clear on this matter. The welfare of magical children supersedes all other considerations, including guardianship arrangements that prove detrimental to the child's physical, emotional, or magical development." She handed a document to Fudge, who accepted it with obvious reluctance. "Moreover, I have documentation here that the so-called blood wards protecting Harry at the Dursley residence were not, in fact, more providing meaningful protection. Analysis by the department's curse breakers indicates that the wards were primarily designed to monitor Harry's location and activities rather than to shield him from external threats." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. "Monitor my location and activities?" "The magical signature indicates surveillance charms rather than protective enchantments," Amelia confirmed gently. "Sophisticated magic designed to track your movements, record your conversations, and report your magical development to a central monitoring station." "Dumbledore was spying on me," Harry said, "and it wasn't a question." "The evidence suggests extensive surveillance." "Yes." Fudge looked between the documentation that Amelia was presenting and the evidence that Professor McGonagall had compiled, his political instincts clearly warring with whatever pressure he had been receiving from other quarters. "There's also this," Amelia added, producing a scroll with official ministry seals. "The results of the public opinion survey that the department commissioned last week." She unrolled the parchment to reveal columns of numbers and percentages that made Fudge's expression grow increasingly pained. 78% of magical Britain believes that Harry Potter should have the right to choose his own guardian. 85% believe that child welfare should take precedence over political considerations. And 92% believe that systematic abuse should result in immediate intervention, regardless of who authorizes the placement. Umbridge leaned forward to examine the survey results, her toad-like features contorting into an expression of obvious displeasure. Public opinion, while interesting, cannot supersede established law and proper authority. "Madam Umbridge," Amelia interrupted, with the kind of cold politeness that preceded devastating legal arguments. "Established law supports Harry's right to safety and proper care. Proper authority failed catastrophically in its duty to ensure that safety and care. At this point, public opinion is simply confirming what legal precedent already established." She turned to Fudge with the expectant expression of someone who had presented an airtight case and was waiting for acknowledgement of obvious conclusions. "Minister, I recommend that Harry Potter be allowed to remain in Professor McGonagall's care, pending a full investigation into the circumstances that led to his abuse and the systemic failures that allowed that abuse to continue unchecked." Fudge studied the assembled evidence, the Cottage's continued magical unrest, and the faces of everyone present with the expression of a politician who had finally realized he was trapped between competing forces and needed to choose which one would cause him less long-term political damage. "Very well," he said finally, his voice carrying the resignation of someone who had hoped to avoid making difficult decisions but found himself with no alternative. "Or Harry Potter will remain in Professor McGonagall's custody, pending the completion of a comprehensive review of his case and the policies that governed his previous placement." He stood to leave, then paused, as if remembering something important. "However, I should warn you that this decision is likely to be controversial in certain quarters. There are those who believe that Mr. Potter's safety requires different arrangements, and they may not be satisfied with this outcome. Minister, Professor McGonagall said, with the quiet steel that Harry had come to associate with her most dangerous moments, if those certain quarters wish to challenge our position, they will find that we are significantly better prepared for such challenges than they might anticipate. As the official delegation prepared to leave, Harry found himself studying the faces of the adults who had spent the past hour debating his future as if he were a legal problem to be solved rather than a person with rights and preferences. "Minister Fudge," he said, as the group reached the door, "thank you for listening to the evidence instead of just following orders from people who claim to know better." Fudge paused in the doorway, and for a moment his political mask slipped to reveal something that might have been genuine concern. "Mr. Potter," he said quietly, "I have children of my own. The idea that any child in magical Britain could suffer what you've suffered while authorities turned a blind eye, that's not the kind of legacy I want for my administration." After the delegation departed, Harry and Professor McGonagall sat in their kitchen with cups of tea that had grown cold during the morning's intensity, processing what had just occurred. "We won," Harry said with wonder. "The Ministry of Magic officially decided that I have the right to choose my own guardian, my own home, my own education." "We achieved a temporary victory," Professor McGonagall corrected gently. "But Fudge was correct when he warned that certain quarters won't be satisfied with this outcome. Albus Dumbledore has significant political influence, and there are others who believe that your individual rights are less important than their strategic objectives." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "But now we have legal support, public opinion on our side, and documented evidence that what we're doing is better for me than what they were doing. Now that has to count for something." "It counts for a great deal," Professor McGonagall agreed, "and more importantly, it establishes a precedent that other magical children might be able to use if they find themselves in similar circumstances." Harry smiled at the thought that their stand might help other children who needed rescue from situations that prioritized abstract principles over individual well-being. "Do you think we'll have more official visits?" he asked. "Almost certainly," Professor McGonagall said with dry humor. "But the next ones will likely come from people who want to study our educational methods rather than shut them down." As they settled into the afternoon's lessons, advanced defensive magic, given the morning's reminder that their situation remained precarious, Harry reflected on how much had changed since that July night when Professor McGonagall had first found him, fevered and barely conscious in a cupboard under the stairs. He had gained a home, a family, an education that honored his curiosity and his potential. He had learned that magic could be beautiful and healing instead of shameful and dangerous. Most importantly, he had discovered that adults could be trusted to keep their promises, that love didn't have to be earned through perfect behavior, and that his own happiness was actually important to someone. But perhaps most significantly, he had learned that standing up for individual rights against institutional pressure wasn't just possible, it could win. But as news of the minister's decision spread through the magical community, Harry Potter's sanctuary in the Scottish Highlands became more than just a refuge for one abused child. It became a symbol of hope for anyone who had ever been told that their personal welfare was less important than someone else's vision of the greater good. And in the days that followed, that symbol would prove to have consequences that none of them had anticipated. Chapter 11. The boy who chose the Wizengamot chamber had never hosted a hearing quite like this one. Harry Potter sat in the witness chair at the center of the ancient circular courtroom, surrounded by tiers of purple-robed figures who represented the highest levels of magical justice in Britain. Above him, the vaulted ceiling disappeared into shadows that seemed to pulse with centuries of accumulated legal precedent. Around him, the air hummed with the kind of tension that preceded decisions that would reshape the fundamental assumptions of magical society. But perhaps most remarkably, This hearing was being broadcast throughout magical Britain via enchanted wireless sets, making it the most publicly observed legal proceeding in the magical world's recent history. "State your name for the record," requested Chief Warlock Bagnold, her voice carrying clearly through both the chamber and the wireless transmission that would reach every magical household in Britain. "Harry James Potter," Harry said clearly, his voice steady despite the enormity of the moment. 11 weeks of healing, education, and unconditional love had transformed him from the frightened waif who had cowered in cupboards to a boy who could sit before the highest court in magical Britain without losing his composure. "And you understand, Mr. Potter, that this hearing will determine your legal guardianship and educational arrangements going forward?" "I do," Harry confirmed, "and I understand that my testimony will help the Wizengamot make an informed decision about what's truly in my best interests." Chief Warlock Bagnold nodded approvingly. In 40 years of judicial service, she had rarely encountered a child so young who spoke with such clear understanding of legal proceedings and their implications. "Mr. Potter, please tell the court about your living situation prior to July of this year." Harry had prepared for this question, but preparation couldn't entirely eliminate the pain of revisiting those memories. Still, he spoke with the calm clarity that Professor McGonagall had taught him was the most effective way to present difficult truths. "I lived with my aunt and uncle, the Dursleys, from the time I was 15 months old until Professor McGonagall brought me to live with her in July. During that time, my bedroom was a cupboard under the stairs, secured with 7 locks. I was responsible for all household cooking and cleaning, and was frequently denied food as punishment for displaying magical abilities that I didn't understand and couldn't control." The chamber was utterly silent as Harry continued his testimony, describing 10 years of systematic abuse with the matter-of-fact precision of someone who had learned to process trauma through education and understanding. "I was told repeatedly that I was a burden, that my existence was tolerated only because my aunt was doing her dead sister a favor, and that any display of unnaturalness, which is what they called magic, would result in more severe punishments." "And your current living situation?" Chief Warlock Bagnold prompted gently. Harry's expression brightened immediately, the transformation visible to every person in the chamber and every listener throughout magical Britain. "I live with Professor McGonagall in a cottage in the Scottish Highlands. I have my own bedroom, my own books, my own space to study and think and grow. I'm learning advanced magic, reading literature, studying mathematics and history and everything I was denied before. Most importantly, I'm learning what it feels like to be cared for instead of endured, to be valued as a person instead of treated as a burden." "Can you demonstrate some of the magical education you've received under Professor McGonagall's instruction?" asked Madame Longbottom, who was serving as one of the Wizengamot's expert advisors on educational matters. Harry stood and withdrew the wand that Professor McGonagall had helped him select just 2 weeks earlier, holly and phoenix feather, perfectly suited to his particular magical signature. What followed was perhaps the most impressive display of underage magic that the Wizengamot had ever witnessed. Harry began with basic transfiguration, effortlessly converting a stone into a detailed crystal flower that caught and reflected the chamber's magical lighting. He followed this with advanced charms work, creating complex protective shields and illusion spells that demonstrated both theoretical understanding and practical skill. Finally, at Chief Warlock Bagnold's request, he demonstrated the wandless magic that had become his specialty, reshaping the very air around him into temporary constructs of pure, magical energy. "Remarkable," breathed Warlock Crouch, who had served as an educational consultant for decades. "This level of magical sophistication typically isn't achieved until 4th or 5th year at Hogwarts, if at all." "And you accomplished this in 11 weeks of alternative education?" Chief Warlock Bagnold asked. "With Professor McGonagall's guidance." "Yes," Harry confirmed. "She teaches me not just spells and theory, but how to understand magic as a living system that responds to intention and emotion. She treats me as an individual learner rather than trying to fit me into predetermined categories." From her seat in the advocates section, Professor McGonagall felt pride swell in her chest. This was her student, her child, demonstrating not just magical ability, but the confidence and articulate intelligence that flourished when a bright mind was given proper nurturing rather than systematic suppression. "Professor McGonagall," Chief Warlock Bagnold addressed her directly, "you have served as Deputy Headmistress at Hogwarts for nearly 4 decades. In your professional opinion, or how does Harry's current educational progress compare to what he might have achieved in a traditional institutional setting?" Professor McGonagall rose with the dignity that had commanded respect in academic circles for generations. "Chief Warlock, in my professional opinion, Harry's educational advancement under individualized instruction has far exceeded what would have been possible in any traditional setting. More importantly, his emotional and psychological development has progressed from a state of severe trauma to one of confident engagement with learning and with the world around him." She gestured toward Harry, who was sitting calmly, despite being the center of unprecedented public attention. 11 weeks ago, this boy could barely read at a functional level, had been taught to fear his own magical abilities, and responded to adult authority with the defensive mechanisms of someone who had learned that survival depended on absolute compliance. Today, he stands before the highest court in magical Britain, speaking clearly about his experiences and his choices, demonstrating magical abilities that many adult wizards would envy, and engaging with complex legal and ethical questions as an informed participant rather than a passive victim. And you attribute this transformation to the alternative educational approach you've developed?" asked Madame Longbottom. "I attribute it to treating Harry as a complete person whose individual needs, interests, and potential deserved attention and respect," Professor McGonagall replied. "Traditional magical education often treats children as standardized units to be processed through predetermined curricula. Our approach treats each child as a unique individual whose education should be tailored to maximize their particular gifts and address their particular challenges." The hearing continued for several hours, with testimony from Amelia Bones about the legal precedent supporting child welfare, from Augusta Longbottom about the benefits of alternative educational approaches, and from several other witnesses who had observed Harry's transformation over the past months. But the most dramatic moment came when Albus Dumbledore rose to address the Wizengamot. "Honorable members of this court," Dumbledore said, with the gravity that had commanded attention from magical leaders for half a century, "I understand the emotional appeal of Professor McGonagall's position, and I do not question her sincere desire to help Harry Potter. However, there are factors in this case that transcend individual comfort or educational methodology." He paused, clearly weighing words that would irrevocably change the tenor of the proceedings. "Harry Potter is the subject of a prophecy that foretells his crucial role in a coming conflict with forces of darkness that threaten our entire world. That prophecy specifically requires him to face trials and challenges that will prepare him for a destiny that none of us can escape." The chamber erupted in shocked whispers as Dumbledore continued with the relentless logic of someone who had spent years justifying difficult decisions. The hardships Harry endured with his relatives, while regrettable from a purely personal perspective, were necessary to build the character and resilience that prophecy demands. Professor McGonagall's well-intentioned coddling may have made Harry happier, but it has also made him less prepared for the sacrifice that will ultimately be required of him. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach as Dumbledore's words sank in. Here, finally, was the truth that had lurked beneath all the careful explanations and diplomatic evasions. He was not just famous for surviving a dark wizard's attack. He was expected to sacrifice himself in service of a prophecy that other people had decided should govern his entire life. But instead of the despair or resignation that Dumbledore clearly expected, Harry felt something else entirely. A bright, clear fury that burned away any lingering uncertainty about the choices he had made. He rose from his chair without being invited to speak, his voice carrying clearly throughout the chamber and across every wireless broadcast in magical Britain. "Chief Warlock, may I respond to Professor Dumbledore's testimony?" "You may," Chief Warlock Bagnold said, clearly fascinated to see how an 11-year-old boy would handle such a dramatic revelation. Harry turned to face Dumbledore directly, his green eyes steady and uncompromising. "Professor Dumbledore, you say that my suffering was necessary to prepare me for some prophesied destiny. But I have a question. Who decided that this prophecy was more important than my right to safety, happiness, and choice?" Dumbledore's expression grew stern. "Harry, prophecies are not matters of choice. They are glimpses of fate, of truths that cannot be avoided regardless of our personal preferences. No," Harry said with quiet conviction, "but prophecies are possibilities, not prisons. They describe what might happen, not what must happen. And even if this prophecy is true, even if there is some terrible dark wizard who might return someday, that doesn't give anyone the right to sacrifice my childhood, my education, my well-being, or my choices to prepare for a future that might never come." He gestured around the chamber, including every person listening throughout magical Britain in his address. "You told these people that my suffering was necessary for the greater good, that a child's pain was acceptable collateral damage in your war against darkness. But you never asked me if I was willing to make that sacrifice. You never asked if I agreed that other people's safety was more important than my own welfare. You just decided for me. And then you called it destiny." Harry's voice grew stronger, carrying the conviction of someone who had found his voice after years of being silenced. "Well, I reject your destiny, Professor Dumbledore. I reject the idea that children should suffer to make adults feel safer. I reject the notion that prophecies are more important than individual choice. And I reject the assumption that my life belongs to the magical world's idea of the greater good rather than to me." The chamber was absolutely silent as Harry continued, his words carrying a power that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with moral clarity. "I choose Professor McGonagall as my guardian, not because I must, but because she chose me first. She saw a child who was suffering and decided that my individual well-being was more important than abstract principles or prophetic possibilities. She treated me as a person worth saving, rather than a symbol worth sacrificing." Harry turned back to Chief Warlock Bagnold, his expression calm despite the revolutionary nature of what he was proposing. "Chief Warlock, I formally request that the Wizengamot recognize my right to choose my own guardian, my own education, and my own future. I request that you reject any attempt to use prophecy or destiny or the greater good as justification for forcing children to accept lives they haven't chosen." The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the soft scratching of court stenographers' quills as they recorded words that would be analyzed and quoted for generations to come. The Chief Warlock Bagnold looked around the chamber, clearly aware that the decision she was about to announce would establish precedent for how magical Britain treated its children for decades to come. The Wizengamot has heard testimony regarding Harry Potter's current well-being, his educational progress under alternative instruction, the legal precedents supporting child welfare, and the various claims about prophetic obligations, she announced formally. After careful consideration, this court finds that the evidence overwhelmingly supports one conclusion: Harry Potter's welfare, education, and development have improved dramatically under Professor McGonagall's care. The alternative educational approach they have developed has demonstrated superior results to traditional institutional methods, at least for this particular student. She paused, allowing the weight of the moment to settle throughout the chamber and across every wireless listener in magical Britain. Furthermore, this court explicitly rejects the argument that prophetic interpretation can supersede a child's right to safety, appropriate care, and self-determination. Regardless of what the future may hold, Harry Potter deserves to experience childhood, education, and family life in circumstances that promote his well-being rather than deliberately causing him harm. Therefore, it is the decision of this Wizengamot that Harry James Potter shall remain in the custody of Professor Minerva McGonagall, that their alternative educational arrangement shall be officially recognized as meeting all requirements for magical instruction, and that no authority, governmental, or institutional or personal, shall have the right to interfere with this arrangement without clear evidence of harm or neglect. The chamber erupted in applause that could be heard through wireless sets across magical Britain, as citizens who had followed the case realized they had just witnessed a fundamental shift in how their society balanced individual rights against institutional authority. But perhaps the most meaningful response came from Harry himself, who simply smiled and said, "Thank you for listening to what I needed, instead of just accepting what others said was necessary." That evening, their cottage filled with visitors for the first time since Harry's rescue. Augusta Longbottom arrived with Neville, who had been following the case through wireless broadcasts, and was eager to meet the boy whose courage had inspired his own family's choices. Amelia Bones came with official documents formalizing Harry's status and ensuring legal protections for their arrangement. Kingsley Shacklebolt brought news that public opinion polls showed overwhelming support for the Wizengamot's decision. Most surprisingly, several other families arrived, magical parents who had been questioning traditional educational approaches for their own children and wanted to learn about alternatives that might better serve their particular needs and gifts. As Harry helped Professor McGonagall prepare tea for their unexpected guests, he reflected on how much had changed since that July night when she had first found him, fevered and barely conscious, in a cupboard under the stairs. He had a home that adapted to his needs, a guardian who valued his choices, an education that honored his potential, and now, thanks to the Wizengamot's decision, legal recognition that children deserved individual consideration rather than institutional processing. But perhaps most importantly, he had learned that it was possible to stand up to the most powerful figures in magical Britain and win, not through force or manipulation, but simply by insisting that individual well-being mattered more than abstract principles. "Harry," Professor McGonagall said, as they watched their guests settle into conversations about education, child welfare, and the balance between individual rights and social obligations, "I hope you understand what you accomplished today." "What did I accomplish?" Harry asked. "You taught an entire society that children are people with rights rather than property to be managed according to adult convenience," Professor McGonagall said, with pride that made Harry's chest warm with happiness. "You established legal precedent that individual welfare trumps prophetic interpretation. And you showed every magical child in Britain that they have the right to choose safety over duty, healing over heroism, love over obligation." Harry smiled, feeling truly content for the first time in his life. "Do you think other children will use the precedent we set?" "I think," Professor McGonagall said, with the satisfied expression of a teacher whose most important lesson had been successfully learned, "that you've given every child in magical Britain permission to ask the same question you asked today. Why should my suffering be more important than my safety?" As the evening continued, and their cottage filled with the warm sounds of community celebration, Harry Potter realized that he had become something he had never intended to be and never wanted to be, a symbol. But this time, he was a symbol of choice rather than sacrifice, of individual rights rather than institutional duty, of children who insisted on being treated as people rather than accepting treatment as property. And that, or he thought as he listened to conversations about educational reform and child welfare protections that might prevent other children from suffering as he had suffered, was exactly the kind of symbol the magical world needed. Chapter 12. Home in the Highlands. July 31st, 1992. The morning sun painted the Scottish Highlands in shades of gold and emerald as Harry Potter woke on his 12th birthday in a bed that had been sized perfectly for his growing frame, in a room that had expanded twice over the past year to accommodate his ever-growing collection of books, magical instruments, and the gifts that arrived regularly from friends across magical Britain. 1 year. A full year since Professor McGonagall had found him fevered and broken in a cupboard under the stairs, since she had brought him to this cottage that had become so much more than either of them had ever imagined it could be. Harry stretched and looked out his window at what had once been a simple cottage garden, but now resembled something closer to a magical campus. The original cottage had expanded organically over the months, growing new wings and levels as more families had requested the alternative education that Professor McGonagall, Minerva, she had asked him to call her at home, though he still used her title during formal lessons, had developed specifically for his needs. What had begun as a sanctuary for one abused child had evolved into the Highland School for individualized magical education, a place where children who didn't fit traditional institutional molds could learn and grow at their own pace, according to their own gifts, in an environment that valued individual well-being above standardized achievement. "Happy birthday, dear one," Minerva said from his doorway, carrying the tea tray that had become their morning ritual. 12 years old today. I can hardly believe how much you've grown." Harry accepted his cup with the easy familiarity of someone who had learned that love could be as simple as remembered preferences and daily kindnesses. Earl Grey with honey, prepared exactly the way he liked it, served by someone who cared enough to remember such small details. "It doesn't feel like I've only been here a year," Harry said, settling against his pillows to savor both the tea and the conversation that would ease him into the day. "Sometimes I can barely remember what life was like before." "In some ways, no, that's a sign of successful healing," Minerva observed, settling into the chair beside his bed that had appeared when the cottage realized these morning conversations had become essential to their daily routine. "When trauma stops defining your present experience, when it becomes simply part of your history, rather than the controlling force in your life." Harry nodded thoughtfully. Over the past year, he had learned to understand his own psychological development with the same analytical curiosity he brought to advanced transfiguration theory or magical creature behavior. Minerva had never hidden the therapeutic aspects of his education behind comforting lies or childish simplicities. She had taught him to understand his own healing as clearly as he understood spell mechanics or potion brewing. "Are you ready for today's celebration?" Minerva asked, with the slight smile that indicated she had been planning something special. Harry's birthday had become something of a magical community event. Word had spread throughout Britain about the boy who had chosen his own guardian and won, and dozens of families had requested permission to visit, to send gifts, to express their support for what he and Minerva had built together. "How many people are coming?" Harry asked. 17 students and their families, Minerva said, consulting the mental list she had been maintaining for weeks. Augusta and Neville Longbottom, of course. Amelia Bones and her niece Susan, who's been asking about enrolling here for September. The Weasley twins, who remain convinced that questioning authority is the highest form of magical education. Harry laughed at the mention of Fred and George Weasley, who had become regular correspondents after hearing about his stand against institutional pressure. The twins had spent the past year conducting what they called experimental resistance to Hogwarts' more arbitrary rules, citing Harry's example as proof that students didn't have to accept whatever adults decided was good for them. "And," Minerva continued with the tone of someone saving the best news for last, "we received a letter yesterday from a young witch named Hermione Granger, who has formally requested to transfer from Hogwarts to Highland School for her 2nd year." Harry's eyes widened. Hermione Granger was famous throughout magical Britain as the brightest witch of her age, and someone who had scored the highest marks in Hogwarts' recent history, That someone of her academic reputation would choose their alternative approach was validation beyond anything Harry had dared hope for. "She's really coming here?" "She sent a 12-page letter explaining her reasons," Minerva said with academic pride. "Apparently she's found Hogwarts' emphasis on competition and house rivalry counterproductive to genuine learning. She's particularly interested in our approach to magical theory and our policy of allowing students to pursue independent research projects." "What kind of independent research?" Minerva's smile became mysterious. "That, my dear boy, is something you'll have to ask her yourself when she arrives in September. But I will say that her interests align remarkably well with some of the advanced projects you've been working on." They spent the rest of the morning preparing for the celebration, with Harry helping to arrange the expanded dining area that the cottage had created for occasions when their small family needed to welcome dozens of guests. The space flowed seamlessly from indoor to outdoor areas, with tables that adjusted their height for diners of all ages and chairs that configured themselves for maximum comfort. The first guests arrived just after noon, Neville Longbottom and his grandmother, carrying what appeared to be a greenhouse's worth of magical plants for the Highland School's expanding botanical curriculum. "Harry," Neville called with the confidence that had grown in him over the year of home education with his formidable grandmother, "Gran's brought cutting from her prize moonflowers, and I've got something to show you that I've been working on with plant transfiguration." What followed was a demonstration of magical ability that would have impressed most adult herbologists. Neville had developed a technique for temporarily accelerating plant growth through combined transfiguration and charms work, allowing him to demonstrate seasonal changes in minutes rather than months. "Remarkable," Minerva said with genuine admiration. "Neville, you've achieved something that professional botanists have been attempting for decades." "I had a good teacher," Neville said with obvious affection for his grandmother, "and a good example of what happens when adults actually listen to what children are curious about, instead of telling them what they should want to learn." More guests arrived throughout the afternoon, families whose children had found their way to Highland School after struggling in traditional settings, magical parents who had been inspired by Harry's story to question whether institutional education truly served their children's needs, and several former Hogwarts students who had requested independent study arrangements after witnessing the success of the Highland approach. But perhaps the most meaningful visitors were the children themselves, 12 students ranging in age from 8 to 14, at all of whom had found in Highland School the individualized attention and respect for their particular gifts that had been missing from their previous educational experiences. "Harry," said Luna Lovegood, a dreamy 10-year-old whose unconventional perspectives on magical theory had made her a target for ridicule at traditional institutions, but whose insights had proven remarkably valuable in Highland School's collaborative learning environment. "Will you show everyone the weather magic you've been developing?" Harry felt a flutter of nervous excitement. Over the past year, he had discovered an unusual affinity for atmospheric magic, spells that worked with natural weather patterns rather than forcing artificial changes. It was advanced, experimental magic that most wizards didn't attempt until their 7th year of study, if at all. "Are you sure you want me to demonstrate that?" Harry asked Minerva. "I think our guests would be fascinated to see what individualized magical education can accomplish," she said, with the pride of a teacher whose student was about to exceed everyone's expectations. Harry walked to the cottage's expanded outdoor area, where afternoon clouds provided perfect conditions for his demonstration. He closed his eyes and extended his magical senses toward the atmospheric patterns above them, feeling the pressure differentials and moisture gradients that most wizards never learned to perceive directly. When he opened his eyes and raised his hand toward the sky, the clouds began to shift and swirl in response to his guidance, not forcing them into unnatural configurations, but encouraging them to reveal the patterns they were already inclined to create. Within minutes, he had shaped a small, localized rainbow that arced perfectly over their gathering, its colors more vivid and lasting than any naturally occurring phenomenon. The assembled guests broke into spontaneous applause, but Harry felt most gratified by the look of scientific curiosity on several of the younger students' faces. "How did you do that?" asked Marcus Clearwater, a 9-year-old who had struggled with traditional spellcasting, but showed remarkable intuitive understanding of magical theory. "I'll teach you," Harry said, with the confidence of someone who had discovered that sharing knowledge was even more satisfying than acquiring it. It's all about feeling the natural patterns and learning to work with them instead of against them. As the afternoon progressed into evening, Harry found himself moving naturally between different groups of guests. Sometimes as a student eager to learn from adults who had expertise he lacked, sometimes as a teacher helping younger children understand concepts he had already mastered, always as simply himself. No longer the famous boy who lived, but Harry Potter, a 12-year-old boy who had found his place in a community that valued him for who he was, rather than who they expected him to become. "Harry," said Fred Weasley during a quiet moment, when the twins had cornered him near the cottage's expanded library, "George and I wanted to thank you for what you did last year." "Thank me?" "You proved that students don't have to accept whatever authority figures tell them is good for them," George explained. "That sometimes the adults in charge are wrong, and sometimes the right thing to do is to refuse to go along with their plans." "You've inspired a lot of people," Fred added. "Not just kids, either. There are parents throughout magical Britain who are asking harder questions about whether traditional magical education truly serves their children's needs." "Speaking of which," George said, with the mischievous grin that warned of incoming chaos, "we may have accidentally started a small revolution at Hogwarts." Harry raised an eyebrow. "What kind of revolution?" "The kind where students started asking professors to justify why certain rules exist," Fred said proudly. "The kind where people stopped accepting, because that's how we've always done it, as a valid explanation for policies that don't make sense. The kind where Dumbledore had to actually explain his educational philosophy instead of just expecting everyone to trust his judgment," George added. Harry felt a complex mix of satisfaction and concern. How is he handling that?" The twins exchanged glances that suggested the answer was both complicated and entertaining. "Let's just say that public scrutiny has not been kind to someone who spent decades making decisions without having to explain or justify them," Fred said diplomatically. "But there have been some significant changes in magical education policy over the past year," George added. "More oversight, more accountability, more recognition that students have rights and parents have choices." As evening settled over the Highlands, the celebration moved to the cottage's expanded common room, where a fireplace large enough to warm the entire gathering crackled with flames that shifted through every color of the spectrum. Harry sat beside Minerva on a sofa that had positioned itself to give them the best view of their assembled friends, watching conversations flow between generations and across traditional social boundaries. "Minerva," Harry said quietly, using the privacy of the general conversation to ask something he had been wondering about all year. "Are you happy? Really happy, I mean? Or you gave up your career at Hogwarts, your position as deputy headmistress, your whole life as you knew it. Do you ever regret it?" Minerva was quiet for a long moment, clearly considering her answer with the care she brought to all important questions. "Harry," she said finally, "for 39 years, I served an institution that I respected, and a headmaster whose vision I believed in. I taught thousands of students, influenced countless young minds, contributed to what I thought was the greater good of magical education." She paused, watching a group of Highland School students collaborate on a complex charm that none of them could have managed individually, but that their combined efforts made possible. "But in all those years, I never felt the sense of purpose, the deep satisfaction, the genuine fulfillment that I've experienced this past year. Teaching you, watching you heal and grow and become who you were meant to be, that gave my life a meaning that institutional service never provided." She turned to look at him directly, her expression soft with an affection that still sometimes surprised Harry with its depth and genuineness. "You saved me too, dear one. You gave me the courage to choose individual well-being over institutional loyalty, personal relationships over abstract principles. You showed me what it meant to put a child's needs first, and that experience taught me more about education, about magic, about life itself than 40 years of traditional teaching ever did." Harry felt his throat tighten with emotion. "I never thought about it that way." "We saved each other," Minerva said simply. "But you needed someone who would choose your welfare over political convenience. I needed someone who would give my life purpose beyond serving other people's visions of the greater good. We found exactly what we both needed." As the evening wound down and guests began to depart, Harry walked through the cottage's expanded spaces, marveling at how much had changed since that first night when Minerva had brought him here to heal. What had been a simple sanctuary had become a thriving educational community. What had been a desperate rescue had become a model for how magical children could be educated with respect for their individual needs and gifts. The last guests to leave were Augusta and Neville Longbottom, who had lingered to discuss plans for expanded collaboration between Highland School and the network of families throughout magical Britain who had chosen alternative approaches to their children's education. "Harry," Augusta said, as they prepared to go, "I want you to know that what you accomplished this year extends far beyond your personal circumstances. You've inspired a movement toward educational approaches that honor the whole child rather than processing children through standardized systems. There are now 17 schools throughout magical Britain offering individualized instruction," Neville added. 3 more in Ireland, 2 in France, and inquiries from as far away as Australia. All because you proved that there was a better way. After the guests departed, Harry and Minerva settled into their evening routine, cleaning up together with the easy teamwork of a family that had learned to share both work and conversation, reviewing the day's events while the cottage gradually arranged itself for nighttime quiet. "Minerva," Harry said as they finished the last of the dishes, "I have something I want to tell you." "Of course, dear one." Harry paused, suddenly feeling shy about expressing something that seemed both obvious and impossibly important. "This past year, living here with you, learning from you, building Highland School together, celebrating my birthday with friends who chose to be here because they care about me as a person rather than as a symbol." He looked around their kitchen, as where evidence of their shared life was visible in every carefully chosen detail, the height-adjustable counters that accommodated both of them, the recipe books that reflected both their preferences, the family photographs that had accumulated over months of celebration and ordinary contentment. "This is what love feels like," Harry said simply. Not the abstract love that people claimed to feel for the boy who lived. Not the conditional love that had to be earned through perfect behavior or grateful compliance. But real love. The kind that chooses you because of who you are, not because of what you've survived or what you might accomplish. Minerva's eyes filled with tears. Happy tears, Harry realized, the kind that came from hearing something you had hoped to hear, but never dared expect. "Yes," she said softly. "Oh, this is exactly what love feels like." Later that night, as Harry settled into his bed in the room that had grown with him over the past year, he reflected on the difference between the boy who had woken up in a cupboard 13 months ago and the boy who would wake up tomorrow in a bedroom that had been designed specifically for his comfort and happiness. The frightened, broken child who had believed he was worthless and freakish and deserving of whatever cruelty adults chose to inflict was gone, replaced by someone who understood his own worth, who could articulate his needs and boundaries, who had learned that respect and kindness were not luxuries, but rights that every child deserved. More importantly, he had learned the difference between being chosen and choosing. For 11 years he had been chosen, by prophecy, by fame, and by adults who decided his fate based on their interpretations of what the magical world needed from him. But here, in this cottage that had become home, he had learned what it meant to choose for himself. He had chosen Minerva as his guardian. He had chosen Highland School over traditional education. He had chosen healing over heroism, safety over sacrifice, love over duty. And those choices had created a life that felt genuinely his own, rather than something imposed by external forces. As sleep settled over him, Harry smiled at the knowledge that tomorrow would bring new lessons, new discoveries, new opportunities to help other children find the same sense of belonging and possibility that he had found here. Outside his window, the Scottish Highlands stretched away toward horizons that no longer seemed threatening or uncertain. The magical world continued its complex dance of politics and power. But here in their sanctuary, Harry Potter had found something more valuable than fame or destiny or the approval of authorities. He had found home. He had found family. He had found himself. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep not as the boy who lived, but simply as Harry. Loved unconditionally, educated individually, and free to become whoever he chose to be. What if Petunia Dursley left? Harry on the Weasleys' doorstep, at age 3, and Molly raised him as her 8th child. What if the Sorting Hat refused to sort Harry until Dumbledore answered for what he had done to the boy? What if Hermione used a times-turner to go back to the night Harry's parents died, and found Dumbledore already there? Watching What If, Minerva McGonagall quit Hogwarts. At age 60, and raised Harry in a cottage in Scotland, far from Dumbledore's control, what if Sirius Black and Fleur Delacour arrived at the Dursleys? On the same night, both determined to take Harry and never bring him back. What if Cedric Diggory survived the graveyard and testified that Dumbledore knew the tournament was a trap? What if Bill Weasley broke every ward Dumbledore had placed on Privet Drive and found dark magic that should never have been nearer? For child what if Hermione found a locked room in Hogwarts that contained every child Dumbledore had sacrificed before Harry? What if Severus Snape took Harry the night Lily died and raised him in Spinner's End without telling a soul? What if Victor Crumb offered Harry asylum in Bulgaria after the Triwizard Tournament and Hermione helped him escape? What if Harry walked out of Hogwarts in front of the entire school at age 12 and Snape was the one who held the door open? What if Pansy Parkinson overheard Dumbledore's plan in the dungeons and warned Harry before it was too late? What if Lily Potter left a second letter hidden in Gringotts, and it named every person Dumbledore told her to trust? What if Amelia Bones launched a full investigation into Dumbledore after Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire? What if the Hogwarts portraits came alive during Harry's trial and every former headmaster testified against Dumbledore? What if Neville Longbottom's grandmother, Augusta, demanded Harry be placed with her after she learned what the Dursleys had done? What if Draco Malfoy switched sides at age 13 after watching Dumbledore send Harry into the Chamber of Secrets alone? What if Arthur Weasley found Dumbledore's name on a ministry surveillance order for Harry filed the day after Lily and James died? What if the Goblin Nation declared Harry a protected ward of Gringotts and told Dumbledore he had no authority over the Potter vaults? What if Kingsley Shacklebolt found Harry during a routine aura check on Privet Drive and reported the Dursleys to the Ministry? What if Remus Lupin found Lily's diary in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, and every entry was about Dumbledore's demands? What if Madame Pomfrey documented every injury? Harry arrived with each September and handed the file to the Wizengamot. What if Blaise Zabini and Hermione Granger formed a secret alliance in third year to get Harry out of Dumbledore's grip? What if Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived instead, and Harry grew up free until Dumbledore came looking for him at age 14? What if every Hogwarts student in Harry's year signed a petition against Dumbledore, and Luna Lovegood delivered it to the Daily Prophet? What if Fleur Delacour brought the French ministry's auras to Hogwarts after the third task and demanded Harry be released into her custody? What if Dobby smuggled Harry out of Privet Drive at age 6 and hid him in the room of requirement for 5 years before? Hogwarts what if Winky the house elf testified at the Wizengamot that Barty Crouch Sr. knew about Dumbledore's plan for Harry all along,